Well, that was kind of cool. Everyone just quieted down, and I just had to have my presence here. I don't know if that's ever happened. Well, we're going to get started in just probably 2 to 3 minutes. Thank all of you for coming back. So it's sometimes always hard to get people here fresh and early after such a good party. Did everyone have a good time last night? Awesome. Well, we try to cater to all aspects of being together. And the door's closed. Okay, so I think we will go ahead and get started. So welcome back to day 2 of the Interledger Summit. We have another exciting day of panels, of talks, of workshops, of conversations to close out the summit in our day 2. Anyone want to shout out, what was a highlight from yesterday? We'll just do a couple of popcorn. Anyone want to yell it out? Any highlights from yesterday? You learned something new, eyes were opened? Packetization, yes. That was a theme that ran all day. I was actually pretty excited by that as well. Anything else? Anybody want to say something that they walked away with? Come on, we got to have one brave person that isn't Joran. Well, I'll tell you, I'll share one. I was in the workshop yesterday upstairs in room 11 where the workshops are, and we had a debate about whether DPI was inherently gender neutral. Now, it was a staged debate where we randomized people, or people were randomized to have to argue each position regardless of their personal beliefs. And it was actually a amazing and interesting way to see how people formulate arguments and sort of poke holes in each other's arguments, and where the sort of logical fallacies are. So I actually it was super fun. So that I think more of that is going to happen today. Well, let's go ahead and get started. We're running about 20 minutes late. Not too much, not too bad. We'll make announcements about when stuff will kind of officially start in the distributed session, so we can kind of remain on a schedule even if it's 20 or 25 minutes delayed. No big deal. We sort of accounted for that to begin with. So I'd like to kick off today and invite up for our first plenary speaker of the morning, Kosta Peric, who is the Deputy Director of Financial Inclusivity. I'm probably getting that somewhat wrong. There it is, though. Financial Inclusion at the Gates Foundation, board chair of the Moji Loop Foundation, and a member of the ILF board. And I've actually been excited for this talk for weeks since we began to put it together. Sometimes we talk about very minute things or things that are very big, or people are very kind of geared into what their part of the work is. And we're really excited for Kosta to kind of set the stage about what's happened kind of in digital financial inclusion going back, decade plus, what's happening now and where it might go, and kind of give us that broader 10,000-foot view of what we're all trying to accomplish, even if sometimes we only see pieces of it. So, Kosta, I'd love to invite you up to the stage and give us a little bit of a professorial look. Oh, the clicker.
Yes.
Can I get the clicker?
All right. Good morning. I was indeed given the mission to wake you up after the party last night, so let's see how we'll do that. Who am I? I joined the Gates Foundation 11 years ago after 24 years at SWIFT, the interbank network, where notably I was the chief architect for the network that still runs today, and also I created the InnoTribe innovation arm of SWIFT. So that's just a little bit of credentials. And indeed, I have some gray hair to talk about the history and future of financial inclusion. So let's get started. So, what do these flip-flops have to do with bank accounts? Well, for 1 billion people, this is how you move money from A to B. You have to walk to hand out cash. You have to walk to pay the utilities. You have to walk to pay for to the school for the tuition of your child. You have to walk and walk and walk all day long. Thank you. Yep. So these are called Hawaii Chapal in India, Cholewote in Ghana, many other names. Cholewote means let's go, friend, let's go together. Quite nice. Using Cholewote to move money from A to B is not only time-consuming, of course, it's tiring, it is expensive. It is expensive to be without a bank account and poor, unfortunately. Okay, so let's see where we are today with financial inclusion, how we got here, and also, I'm sure, the most interesting piece is what's next. So here is where we are. If the slide wants to move. I'm clicking. Here we go. So this comes from the Global Findex database, which is produced by the World Bank, which the Gates Foundation sponsors. These are the numbers over time from 2011 to 2021. And on the top left side, you can see that the huge progress has been made over these 10 years. And we went from a situation of 2.3 billion unbanked people to 1.4 in 2021. We are eagerly awaiting the 2024 numbers, which should land very soon, before the year end. And I fully expect that number to be around 1 billion. So very steady progress over time, notably in Africa. However, 1 billion remain. I'm sure of that 1 billion, 350 million are in Africa. You can see some interesting things on the bottom right that happened over time. Some of the things that drove this progress beyond payment technology, but COVID has driven a lot of financial inclusion simply because governments needed to deliver aid and support for the people, and having payments being connected to a payment system was hugely helpful. But you can see utilities, wages, a lot of use cases have been instrumental in this progress. But challenges remain. You can see the gender gap that was mentioned, that persists between women and men in account ownership and active usage. That is another big barrier to financial inclusion. So, great progress, but challenges remain, and we by far are not done yet. And we'll see. The other thing, if you look at these numbers, also we have a goal that is in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, for that number to be 0 in 2030. You can see if we are just continue like we are, we'll not get there. So we need to accelerate this movement, and I'll show you some ways to do that in the What's Next session. So how do we get there? In Africa, actually Africa led in many ways the digital revolution. And we talked a lot yesterday with the honorable parliamentaries about M-Pesa in Kenya. M-Pesa was the first system that was specifically designed for financial inclusion, provided by a non-bank, and introduced this possibility that you can send money as easily as you send a text message from a very simple mobile phone, not even a smartphone. And we have heard yesterday the success story of M-Pesa. That was the first wave of innovation. Today, this is called mobile money, for those of you who are not from Africa. There are today more than 250 mobile money systems across Africa. So it's not only good for financial inclusion, but it proves the point that money can be made in serving, and including and serving the poorer and remote populations. The next wave of innovation happened in Tanzania, neighboring Tanzania. There, contrary to Kenya, there was not one dominant system. There are many mobile money systems and banks, and Tanzania went to create something that's called TIPS, which is an instant payment platform that interconnects all of these systems together. So that if you have a wallet on one of these mobile money systems, you can send and receive money to any other wallet, irrespective of the provider, which is not the case actually yet fully in Kenya. And you can also send and receive money from any bank account. So that TIPS system is provided by the Central Bank of Tanzania, and it is one example of what we call DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, that is essentially provided by the government for the public good and also to enable competition between all of these providers. So not only does this have an inclusive effect for people, but also it is healthy to increase competition across the system. That's the second wave of innovation. The third interesting thing that happened is open source. And here I'm really talking to the converted. Many countries, as I mentioned, consider payment systems to be a strategic asset of the country, a digital public infrastructure, and are in the process of developing and implementing such systems. But the problem, of course, is that developing and running a 24/7, 365 instant payment system requires some skills. To help with that, we have created movements of open source systems that can help countries start from a solid base. Here I'm showing the picture. This is from 2018. The COIL and my team at Gates Foundation, we were brainstorming about how to work together and for Mojaloop and Interledger to be fully integrated as a system. This was in San Francisco, if I remember well. You can see Adrian in the front there. And that was really an exciting. So Mojaloop was created. Mojaloop allows essentially any country with little skill to implement with local resources an instant payment system. Interledger was created in parallel and then integrated to provide essentially what we discussed yesterday, the capacity to move money with certainty. And Mojaloop provides the layers on top of name mapping and settlement and so forth. So today, in fact, to come back to Tanzania, Tanzania is using Mojaloop to implement TIPS, and it is live today. There is about 12 countries in Africa that are in the process of developing similar systems, either based on Mojaloop or not, by the way. So that's what happened. And then here we can see this is a map of Africa that is produced by Africa Nenda, one of the key technology assistance providers in Africa, that shows which countries have currently an instant payment system. These are in lighter color blue here. Some of them are what we call bank instant payment systems, or connecting banks only, or some of them are connecting only mobile money systems. Some are fully interoperable, interconnected. And you can see that there is a lot. It's not anymore a question of whether countries should go about developing and providing these systems, but more about how and when. So that's how we got there. So let's get to the what's next session. Well, obviously, scale. Some countries are developing. Not all of these systems are fully inclusive according to all of the criteria, so they need to progress. Of course, we need to work in the countries that are not highlighted to help out. So lots of effort that needs to happen. At the same time, lots of funding needs to be found to help out with these developers, because, as I mentioned, most of these systems will be developed as digital public infrastructures, not necessarily by the private sector, but more by governments. Hence, some money is required to fund that. That's one of the things we do at the Gates Foundation together with many other partners. Also, we talked a lot about cross-border. That's also what's next. Remittances into Africa, but perhaps more importantly, what we call regional trade. You may not know, or you probably know, but the busiest trade border in Africa is between Zambia and the DRC. Huge amount of trade goes there. A lot of that is done in cash, and digitizing that will be one of the next priorities. And here on the right, we see regional deployments that are also being in process. We have talked yesterday about TCIB here in the Southern African Development Community that is operating today. We heard yesterday the status on it and the progress. There is a system called PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, that is being piloted as we speak. The GMAC Pay for Central Africa, the CEMAC region is live on a cross-border. COMESA is building, the COMESA Business Council is building a regional cross-border system in the countries highlighted in blue there. The EAC region is also working on cross-border. So it's a huge effort that is really the next wave of innovation as well. And a lot of us are involved in these efforts and supporting, in my team at the Gates Foundation, in supporting many of these also regional systems. Consumer protection and fraud. It's a huge issue. We have heard about it yesterday. And as these systems continue to spread, we need to be very, very conscious, careful, and intentional about securing these systems, because if we, who are educated to a financial system, can be scammed, you can imagine how people who are not can be even worsely scammed. So we need to be very conscious of that. There is a lot of progress, there is a lot of effort on the so-called RegTech, SupTech kind of communities to help out. We talked about regulators with an S yesterday, how they have difficulty managing change, but change is happening. So we need to help them also with digital technology to provide better, faster regulation, better supervision, to provide redress for consumers who are either defrauded or who have made mistakes, because that's very important too. So one of the principles is that, I would argue, is that digital financial service providers should be financially liable for services they provide, not the consumers, especially not the consumers we are including more and more. I want to highlight here, there are several people from the Tazama community. Tazama is another open source system that provides transaction monitoring software that can be hooked directly into an instant payment system, either Mojaloop based or based on other technologies. It is capable of applying rules to detect fraud on a system level and can associate in real time a probability factor to a payment, to each payment, whether that payment may be fraudulent or not. So if you don't know about Tazama, we'll hear more about Tazama, I think, later today, or have heard yesterday. But we have people in the room from the Tazama Linux Foundation organization. This is dear to my heart, the project Yes. So I mentioned there is 1 billion people remaining. These 1 billion are going to be the most difficult to reach and the most difficult to serve because the progress has been made a lot, but that billion that remains is really the remotest, the poorest people. So what does it take for a person in that population to say yes to a payment, to have enough trust in a digital system, to actually understand the digital system and trust the digital system to say, yes, I want to do this payment. I don't want to go into all of this. You'll have the slides, I think. You can look at it. But, there is institutional trust, interpersonal trust, there is safety, confidence, ease of use. All of these factors play into a person's capacity to understand and use the system. Now, if you think about it, we are taking as a fact that mobile phones are those who are the mobile phone technology is the one that is best suited for financial inclusion and payments. I would challenge that. With the billion people who are coming, they may not be educated, they may not be able to read, they may not speak English, or they may not. So how do we reach to them? And they are maybe elderly, and we talked yesterday with some people, and I actually observed in many cases how elderly women in villages, when they have to pay, they give the phone to the kid, so the kid, can do it for her. But that's not really secure nor convenient, right? So how do we do that? And this is a research project I want to mention, and I invite ideas. What if that woman heard in her language what is required, so that she doesn't have to sit down and start typing on phones and making mistakes? What if she's told, in her language, you are invited to pay such and such amount for the tuition of your child, and the only thing she does is says, yes. And it's authenticated and so forth. So that's, I think, one of the futures, the technology that will drive, I think, also the inclusion. And also, beyond being simply capable of being able to pay, there are many other services that will be available. Of course, microcredits and loans, but pay-as-you-go services, assistance from the government, and so on and so forth. I think some digital assistance will also be needed to guide these people, in all of this. So it's a huge endeavor, initiative, and we need to go fast about it. So any of your ideas about this are welcome on how to do this next generation of technology that is really specifically targeted for the poorest people. And then, Stefan talked about packetization yesterday. How about tokenization? That's also one of the next steps. So here we go. Over time, so we have digitized books, we have digitized photos, we have digitized music. We are fully in the process of digitizing money, wallets, and we talked about stable coins and so forth yesterday. But I think What about if you can move money when it becomes digital, moving money digitally instantly is moving data. What if you could move tokens representing physical things like a cow in that same way, or a share, security, or a piece of land, or many other things. So this tokenization is, I think, something very important that will go way beyond payments, that will enable people to secure in the digital world their physical assets and move them very easily, sell and trade them. There is an we have mentioned, Brianna in her introductory talk mentioned the Finternet idea that was published by Nandan Nilekani and the chair of BIS yesterday. And very interestingly, indeed, there is a paper that describes the Finternet, and that paper mentioned something called Interledger. Very interestingly, as Brianna says, with not a capital I. So that, I think, is a very important effort as well, that is happening, that's really interesting, and that we all, I'm sure, will be involved at some point in time. So let me get to what Brianna said yesterday morning. So this is Gabriela that Brianna mentioned, one of these 1 billion unbanked. She's our boss. She's telling us what she needs. She needs technology that is mobile, that is fast, instant, affordable, secure, usable, and interesting and simple. That's what she needs, and that's what we are here ultimately with all of this technology to do. Thank you very much, and I think we have 8 minutes for questions. So please, any questions on all of that? Sir.
Thank you very much, and must appreciate the presentation that you've done. I come from Malawi, and so many of our people are yet to be connected. But money transactions are in place. Our huge problem is fraud. Mm-hmm. I have been scammed before. So are some of my colleagues, members of parliament here, to the extent that people are now beginning to chicken out from the digital transactions because they are not well secure. What are you doing? What should be done to make sure that the securities, as are provided for, get down to the very poor of the poorest who could not detect, as you have said, that as educated as we are, we will be schemed. What about that person whose last dollar would have been the one that has been schemed? Because this is the right way to go, but with the threats that are there, then it is eluding the whole benefits of the same. Thank you.
First of all, very sorry to hear you have been scammed, many of us have. I have been too, so with my 24 years of and plus financial technology. So yes, it is, as I mentioned, this is a huge issue. There are lots of things that need to happen at many levels. First, there is the need to design these systems in a way that prevents as much fraud as possible. All fraud will never be fully prevented. You can design systems to minimize frauds, then you need to have systems that, when fraud is detected, to repair. Designing this system to be fraud-proof have many angles. I have been personally involved in the United Nations DPI Safeguards Initiative that recently published a number of recommendations for people involved in designing, architecting, developing, and operating DPI in general, payment systems in particular, about how to prevent fraud. You can, the open source software that I mentioned, Mojaloop, Tazama, Interledger, all have as well fraud-proof protections, like Interledger has world-class crypto. Mojaloop has a flow that one of the biggest scams in instant payment system is when someone is induced to send money to a wrong phone number, right? So you can prevent that by showing to the person the name of the phone corresponding to the phone number or the alias before they say yes or before they push the button. So you can prevent fraud in that way. But all fraud will never be fully prevented. Hence, you also need to have regulatory, supervisory systems that are necessary to, when fraud is detected, to act and correct it in some way. And I mentioned the recourse system, where someone can go and complain, and someone will actually be able to listen and act, at least to try to help. So there are many, many aspects, and what I mean to say is that fraud needs to be pervasive in everything that is being done in rolling out digital systems. So, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, which was very interesting. I like the YES project. And
Thank you.
I'd like a little expounding on how you're going to achieve the localization. If you're talking about language,
yeah.
In my country, you're talking about over 53 languages that we speak. In Zambia, I think it is 73, and if you keep going, so I'd like to know how you hope to work on that localization of language.
Thank you for the question. So the way this is done, and there are many projects. I can tell you about a few initiatives that we are at the Gates Foundation are involved with, but basically it has to do with collecting voice samples in each language. So we worked in several countries, India and others, I can't remember which in Africa from the top of my head. You have to collect voice samples as much as we can in order to be able to generate to understand the language and to generate verbal articulations of written text. So that's the way it is done. Artificial intelligence is a key component nowadays, as you know, with ChatGPT. So there is a lot of effort on that front, but essentially, at the end of the day, it has to do with collecting data, voice samples for the language. And that's a huge work, but it needs to be done. So. Any other question, please?
Hi, Costa. How are you? A quick question. You mentioned about the financial companies being responsible or liable for the fraud. So are you thinking of insurance requirement for the financials? What's your thought there?
It's more of what I propose to be a principle. So essentially, that it shouldn't be the burden on a poor person's shoulders to try to prove to someone what they did and why they were scammed or they did something wrong. It should be the responsibility of the provider. How they do that is up to them. They can go many ways about it, including insurance and so forth. But the principle I propose to stand is that the poor person not be liable, financially liable. They have enough issues already. to be indeed even more liable for using a digital system.
Thank you.
Hope that answers. We have time for one more, I think. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, or good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
We work extensively, or I work extensively in East Africa, amongst other places, and we do a lot of these things. And yet I've never encountered Interledger or Mojaloop or Rafiki or any of these things. It feels to me that there's a massive disconnect between the thinking that's happening here in these ivory towers and what's actually happening on the ground. How do you feel about that?
So thank you for the observation. It is true to a certain extent, but let me just say that.
I mean, I note that I am here,
Yeah.
so that's in a way.
It is true that to hear about these systems, you need to be more involved than, I would say, usual with technology. And that is a challenge we all have. I keep mentioning to Brianna, and I was yesterday in a bus with, I think, the company supporting Interledger on the social media, like how do we reach these great ideas and these great technologies? How do we make them known more broadly? That's why I'm, for example, so glad to have the honorable parliamentaries here to hear, because technology is important, but it is not enough known. But my challenge to you and a call to action is make it known, please, now that you know. Yeah. One more?
Thank you so much. I've been waiting to kind of like ask the question. So my name is Blessing, and I'm currently working on AI projects and blockchain projects. So I'm exploring the intersection of those technologies. So I wanted to know, firstly, is AI the right way to go for onboarding the next 1 billion? Because we do have these wonderful technologies, but if there's no people using it, if there isn't adoption, it becomes a problem. And the second question is open source the right way?
Okay.
Because
I like that question.
those who are frauding, they can have access to the code and explore vulnerabilities. Yeah. So I just wanted to know, based on this too.
Thank you. Both very interesting questions and observations. Is AI the right choice? I don't know, to be honest. This is I mentioned Project Yes, it's at the moment more of a research initiative, which we carry to find out if it's helpful. But I suspect that it will be, because that 1 billion people that remains will be much harder, because, as I mentioned, they are more rural and perhaps less even aware of that. So I suspect it will be, but whether it will is really open, and the chapter is open to be, the book is open to be written. On open source, I'm glad of the question. This is one of these debates that is a little bit almost like religious in a way, where you can argue both sides pretty much to any extent. My belief system is that, and being a technologist from many, many years, I compare it like if you buy, a can of tomato paste or something, you're going to watch what's inside, right? To find out if it's correct for you and it's good for you to eat, and to find out about the product you're about to eat. Well, open source is the same. Open source, you can actually look, you can sit down, download the code, look at it. And in my mind, it's the best proof that you have that what it is that you are actually consuming, in a way, producing. And so I think that's how I see open source. Other people argue that because the code is available to everyone, hackers will understand the vulnerabilities of the system. Yes, that is true as well. But the open source community is, always moving to correct this as it goes. So ultimately, do you trust your technologists who can read the code, or do you trust a commercial provider? Ultimately, that's your decision. That's not, everyone is right. There is no wrong. And we have observed in Africa countries that go with commercial providers, and we have observed countries that go with open source, and none of that is right or wrong. This is the choice of the country they made very consciously. So that's I hope that gets at your question. I think we're done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Well, actually, now we're going to bring to the stage a collaboration between Interledger Foundation and the People's Clearinghouse, one of our grantees, that actually is going to show you live what the next iteration of Mojaloop and Interledger working together is, can be, and will be going forward. So based off that, excellent talk and kind of going deep on some of where we've been and where we're going, now we're going to go see an example of what is happening. So I'm going to invite to the stage our next speakers. Come on down. Okay. They're going to get ready here for a minute. So I'll give you a couple reminders of some things. One, as you probably noticed, we're, as we figured, we're running a little bit behind. So after this is done, we'll go ahead and give you a timing update about when sessions will begin, so everyone can kind of know what the new schedule will be, as well as that will probably mean lunch is delayed, so apologies for that. We've also, building off the idea of open source and what open source can do for this work, we've got a number of comment cards out on the tables out there with Sharpies that have different prompts about inclusivity, giving advice about what Interledger should be doing, why open source. This is an excellent opportunity to go ahead and give some feedback to us, to the community, write it up. We're sticking them up on the wall. It looks pretty, yes, but it is actually really important data for Interledger Foundation and the work of our community. So I'd invite you to do that. You're good? All right, let's see Interledger and Mojaloop in action. Take it away, Pedro.
Okay. Actually, Roberto is going to take it away. Okay. We're all going to take it away, so it's all fine. Okay, so cross-border inter-scheme transfer from Rafiki to VNX switch. Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Let me just be very quick on the beginning so that you hear what you've heard a couple of years now, but we need to have everyone in the same mind frame for us to go into new things. So this project was initiated by the Mexican Association of Social Sector Credit Unions. What they do is they go to communities, they speak to leaders of those communities, indigenous leaders, local co-ops that are moving things locally, and they propose to them organizing a bank, preparing their own bank. And when they do that, communities get their own community-owned bank, which allows people to have savings and credits locally. It is led by Isabel Cruz, an indigenous leader from the south of Mexico, from Oaxaca in particular. What you have here now is a small community bank. It's one community bank, such as this one, right? This one, for instance, is in San Pablito, in high region in Puebla, where they do very wonderful art crafts. And it's almost like a little store, as you can see, right? There's no much magic behind it, except that it's really working with indigenous communities that normally are never concerned by national banking services. This is an image of regions which have the most populated saving co-ops and community banks in general, not only AMUX ones, right? In the center of Mexico, very interestingly, you have the largest networks. And here is one family which benefits from this service. It all remains in the context of one little single small bank. This is a MOOCs network, 140 community banks all around the country, making great work, but there is an issue. And the issue is this: if we take these three community banks, there's an invisible circle around them because they are not interconnected. They work just as little stores, they work by themselves in an isolated fashion. Of course, AMUX is there to support them, and they give them technical advice, legal advice, technological advice, but it's not enough for them to be financially interconnected. They don't have a common payment system, so they cannot work together, and what's even worse, they cannot get remittances. Or if they do it in the only way where we can always get remittances when things are not working, technologically speaking, is we get cash. We move cash. Now, this seems okay, right? As long as they get the money. But the problem when we think of remittances and cash is that there is an issue that we do not often mention. And it's amazing how ignored it is and true at the same time if you start thinking about it. So if you think of a community that receives lots of cash, lots of remittances, you would say they probably thrive. But for a reason, when we were visiting the center of Mexico to make new community banks, I realized that in many of those places, the regions which received the most remittances were the poorest ones, were the ones which were empty, where only the oldest, the elder ones were living because first the young men left, then the young woman, then they took the children, and finally only the elder left there, stayed there. So I didn't understand why. That's paradoxical, right? So we started making an analysis, and we realized that whenever there are remittances, the first thing you see is inequality. That didn't exist before between those who receive remittances and those who don't. There's inflation because the spending, that's a whole thesis which is based on a macroeconomic principle which is called Dutch thesis. We won't get into details, but basically what it says is because there is no production supporting that quantity of capital, that liquidity, that incoming liquidity, in fact, instead of bringing well-being, it's going to provoke inflation. And what inflation causes at the regional level is that this region becomes less competitive because it's more expensive, because land is more expensive, because workforce is more expensive. So what ends up happening is that this region becomes more dependent. And when it becomes more dependent, you have a funny phenomenon. You have more migration. So you could even say that the best thing that happens to these communities in the long term could be their worst. So our idea is very simple. We have the network of community banks. There's the leadership. There's the communities totally involved. We need to get the technology to them that will make things different. But how? Basically, very simple principle, if we can manage to have account deposited remittances directly into those community banks, and I say community banks in parentheses, because it's not a national bank. HSBC, very nice, but it will never invest in those communities. So we need community banks actually doing this work. What happens? You have equality. Why? Because the community bank will lend to everyone, and not only to those who receive remittances, of course. It lends to the best projects. It invests in productive projects, sustainable projects. That also means less inflation, both because these projects help to do that, but also because when money goes into accounts, the spending of that money is tempered, as we all know. Or at least it should. No, it is. So that creates less inflation. It doesn't stop inflation, though. It just tempers it. And that means more productive projects and more work locally. So in the end, what we have is less migration. So when politicians around the world speak of attacking the root causes of migration, they should stop spending trillions in building an infrastructure that will create work that will never be sustainable in the long term, and spend 5% of that money building financial infrastructure that belongs to the people and using open source technology that allows those entities, that financial infrastructure, to benefit from remittances, and everything will happen by the people and through the people. You don't need to invest more than that. We just got to tell them. And now this is a curious image. It's the last, let's say, theoretical part I'm going to mention. Here you have 2013 and 2023, 3 examples, right? 3 countries that migrate quite a lot: Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. If you go all the way to the right, that's maybe the important graph, you have percentages, right? Those are billions of US dollars. So look how much has remittances been growing and how much has foreign direct investment been growing. Isn't it crazy that remittances are growing at that level, and the impact and the power that is in them but it's not happening because we haven't realized this very simple principle I'm trying to tell you. So that's where PCH comes in. People's Clearinghouse is nothing else than a gateway for interconnecting community banks between them and with international financial systems that want to provide those remittances at low cost and in an efficient way. But then the question comes in, which technology can produce this change of paradigm? And there's where we had lots of problem thinking, what are we going to do? And so we thought, very simple. We need a user to be able to use a cross-border system, which will speak to the community bank, which will then speak to a user. Sounds simple. But finding a cross-border transfer system that works for our use case isn't that simple. We needed to innovate. We could not simply use Western Union and just outsource our processes to any MTO that is doing everything business as usual. So what could be done? And that's where we found Rafiki. Jason.
Thank you, Roberto. All right, so so before we get to Rafiki, we need a very strong protocol that could deal with cross-country, cross-currency payments. And I think with the ILP, we've got exactly that. But having only that is one part of the picture. We still need an ecosystem in which we can make it easy for adopters to use and take full advantage of what the ILP has to offer. Via Rafiki, we're able to do that with the ASC capabilities and GraphQL and webhooks. We can take full advantage of integrating not only existing payment solutions, but also new ones coming in the future. So ILP takes advantage of the wallet addresses in order to have a universal routing mechanism and from phone numbers to any future type of payment methods or routing methods. Also, we have a seamless mechanism for creating the receiving wallet addresses as incoming payments are being received, with also the ability to block incoming payments and keeping state on those wallets. And then, very importantly, the ILP gives us already a very secure way, tamper-proof mechanism of sending those transfers cross-border, with also fault time locking built into the core. So, in essence, we've got the technology to achieve all of this, and it is a perfect fit. But that's one half of the picture. We still need to have a thriving community in order to achieve all those goals, which is why the ILF community is a perfect fit to make sure that right now and going forward, it'll be a very sustainable ecosystem. As we learned from the hackathon earlier, you can integrate into the stack within a matter of hours and be part of the global community. And then, very importantly, the standards being open means that it's available for everyone to access, as well as the license, which allows you to use, modify, and distribute the software freely.
And so with the help of people like Jason and people like Max, people like Alex at the ILF community, we have been able to see how powerful this use case is for us and in general, but we are trying to demonstrate it in our case. But now, it makes more sense. So we are not simply using an anonymous generic system, right, that doesn't exist. We're using Rafiki, which means we're using a protocol that allows us to interconnect with different systems implementing Rafiki around the world. The complexity of it is something we might be discussing later, but now we know this is working. But then we realized, yeah, sure, but are you gonna, Rafiki, MX, and community banks, is it one by one? Are you implementing 140 Rafikis? How is it gonna work? And we thought, let's be efficient. Rafiki is thought for complex transactions that might involve cross-currency, that might involve different circumscriptions, right? Let's use it for cross-border remittances. And let's use a switch that is meant for local, very simple transactions for community banks. So we thought, where could we find a software that is secure, that is efficient, that is easy to integrate with? And there we stopped the project, we were crying, and then we found Module of vNext, which is a very interesting project. Pedro, can you tell us more about it?
Yes, Roberto. It sounds like you're asking for a Christmas list, right? So you wanted secure, fast, cheap, easy to integrate, pretty much everything. So Fortunately, we've been working on the next generation module loop switch, as you all know, which provides all of that. It is efficient, and it doesn't depend on any cloud infrastructure, so we can actually deploy it anywhere. We've tried it in local systems, we've tried it in Amazon, we've tried it in GCP, we've tried it in a Raspberry Pi. It fits the Raspberry Pi. And obviously, you don't want to be running a payment system in a Raspberry Pi, you shouldn't, but you can, so you can test it. And the point of this exercise is just to show you that it is really efficient. It's really small, and it actually runs. It does horizontal scaling, and this is an important perspective. So horizontal scaling allows us to get one thing really well, which is the price is adjusted to the demand. We can have a system that is really cheap when we start. We don't have to invest a lot of money. And as we grow more, as we have more demand on the system, we just put more resources. We put more computing nodes and more disks and more network. And everything scales out horizontally, almost linearly, apologies, meeting the demand. So what it means is that we still have a very efficient system. Because when we have more demand, we can actually have more performance, and we can handle that capacity, that demand, with proper capacity. It also has abstractions for all external components. This is a technicality, but it's an important one. As you all know, we live in an open source world where licenses change every now and then. They shouldn't, but they change every now and then, which means that there's some technology that we are using that suddenly goes away. We cannot use that technology. And by having abstractions everywhere that we connect to a database, to a network, to a queuing system, to anything, we have the benefit of changing those things pretty quickly without changing our valuable code. So that's the point of the abstractions. How about security? Most systems have been designed to work inside a walled garden. It's the way it is. It's usually legacy applications were executed inside a corporate network, which was protected by default. Well, we know that actually 90% or 80% of the attacks on systems come from the inside. And I'm not saying that they come from the people that work inside. It's usually someone that is either working from the inside, worst case scenario, or someone that is working from the outside that gains access to an inside account, and then it reaches an open ecosystem where everything is open and free for all. So what we have in Modulo vNext is it is secure from inception. It was designed to deliver security from the beginning. We have a zero trust implementation logic or approach. And what does this mean? It's not just connections that come from the outside to the inside that are authenticated or authorized. Everything is authentication and authorized. We have multiple systems inside the system that talk to each other constantly, and those conversations, they are authenticated, they are authorized, and they are using role-based authorization. And this also has a benefit, which is we can now provide a secure administration UI and a nice layer for the operators, which is authenticable, or I don't know if this is a word even, but you can authenticate against it, and you have fine-grained security controls with authorization for anyone that wants to use the system, and they only have access to what they are allowed to do, which is an important aspect. And then at the end, we are using JWTs and certificate-based authentication, as we should, in different cases where we need to use them. It is easy to integrate with, and this is an important point. I think Roberto stressed it a lot during the beginning, but this is really important. It is really difficult to have a conversation with someone that's trying to integrate with a system that is not flexible. And this is a problem, because essentially we are imposing a lot on that system. And if the system is not capable of integrating directly with our system, then what we need to do is provide something so that they can integrate with our system. And that's what we want to do. We don't want this to stop because someone at the local community side has no ability, no skills, or no money to do a proper integration, which is a hard thing to do. So what we did was we created a gRPC-based synchronous connection and service so that everyone can talk to the system in a very easy manner. And we're shipping TypeScript, C# and Java client so that anyone in the most typical environments and the most typical core banking systems can talk to our switch very efficiently. So all they have to do is implement a client library, and that client library pretty much does everything that it needs to do. Lookups, lookup participant, transfers, quotes, everything they need to do. It's done for them. Complexity, we take care of it. It's a flexible model with optional quotes. A lot of the feedback that we got is that we might not need quotes in some parts of the system. We operate with fixed fees. So again, the problem is efficiency. You might be saying, but we need the quote for the guarantee. Yes, that's true, but when we're working with a fixed system, where the fees are fixed and no one can change them without renegotiation, it's basically pointless. Why are we sending messages back and forth to get the quote that we know what we're going to get? So we don't need that quote. And at the end, something that is probably not very important or it doesn't sound like a very important thing except for technicians and maybe product managers. The code base needs to be easy to change. We all do this where we deliver a product and it's working great and everyone is super happy. And then we think we're not going to have any changes, right? No one's going to ask for more features. It's wrong. Always you're going to get requests for more features. So one of the things that we need to do before we go to production is we need to accommodate the future needs, and those will come. A successful product needs to be able to change, because if it's not changing, it's not being successful. So it's as simple as that. We technicians need to deliver that.
Wow. So we have a switch, and that sounds good. We have a cross-border transfer system, and that sounds good too. But it's not that simple, because how are we going to make them speak? They both work in a way that goes from routing to quoting to the actual transfer or registering of obligations, right? Which, as we all know, is independent from the settlement system that we would be using. But they still do not speak of it, do not speak the same language in the same way, in the same timing. So our solution, we thought, is we need to translate these cross-border transfers and convert them into switch transfers. So for that, we created the CNP. The CNP is an acronym for Cross-Network Provider. It's a term we took from the Moja Loop community because it very clearly and very transparently explains what we're doing. We are cross-bordering, cross-networking, right? Yeah. A payment. So without going into any details, just to give one simple example, right? So we had to manage this, and this was months of discussions with the Interledger community. So routing, until where should we go? Because it's two different transfer systems. It's not like having an end-to-end process. So we need them to be accommodated and coordinated in a way that if one fails, the other one will fail. If one doesn't work for a reason, the other one has to be informed of that, right? Otherwise, we're getting into many, many problems when we need to reconcile and settle. So basically, just to give a simple example of that process, the ILP routing, as you know, we're using for Rafiki, or you should all know, payment pointers, right? So here we have an HTTP address which corresponds to the payment pointer, right? The person is that one. Well, we said, let's use phone numbers, right? So you take the last part of the phone number, right? 915, that's the code of Oaxaca. And then you transform it into a scheme-based alias so you can route to the correct place. But now, there's another issue, because Rafiki works with wallets. Well, what we're doing here is with parties that belong to a certain participant, right? So one is participant and then the party. The other one is directly wallet accounts or wallet addresses. So how are we going to frame that? So we're using Rafiki in a very interesting way. What it does, the system, okay, is it comes by routing from the Rafiki US entity to the Rafiki Mexico. And here it asks the question, do you have this phone number? That's a CNP in the middle, let's say, right? Do you have that phone number in your database? And if it has it, and it's recent, okay, it will proceed and do the transfer. But if it's not recent enough, or it isn't there, it will not just reject the transfer. It will go and ask the Oracle in Moja Loop, hey guys, is there a bank that has this phone number? Someone might say, yeah, we have it here. So it will go to that community bank and say, okay, the Oracle told me you have that phone number. Is it true? If it's true, and it's not only a lookup, it also validates that the account is valid and can receive funds at that moment. That's important, right? So we added that feature. It goes back and then tells you the CNP, yes, there's a bank that has it. It's this bank, this is the account. So then the CNP will automatically request Rafiki, which is made for that, to create a wallet address for that phone number. So there's no human intervening in that process. It seems very smooth. It makes sense, right? Now, this is a more complete scheme. I won't go into details, but out of the meeting, we can discuss it. It's very interesting. There's a lot of discussion behind.
I can make it bigger.
Can we?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. So, as you can see, the Rafiki, CNP, Switch, Community Bank. But once again, all this is theory. This is what we should be doing. Other features that are important: fees, reports, liquidity management, visualization of operations, right? This needs to be visible. So what if something happens in the Rafiki side that is not being shown on the Moduloop side, or vice versa? We need an entity which takes both parties' data and shows it to the operator. And what's even better, in the AMUX network, we have a money transmitter that is perfect for that. That is working right now, but it's only doing cash. And as we know right now, that's not what we want to do. So we can use the money transmitter, adapt those processes, include those elements that are very important, and then we would have a really workable product. So I would end up, this is the architecture that we found for the CNP, right? Including the Rafiki side. Okay. In the end, this would be, let's say, now the process as it should be. Rafiki, the CNP, the VNext switch, the community bank, the users, everyone's happy, it seems to work, and we're making all we can to show it to you soon. So, well, thank you all for coming.
I'm sorry, I think there is a little bit of miscommunication.
What's going on? Oh, okay. So I'm being told by the ILF, the Interledger Foundation, that we cannot stop. We have to do a demo. Guys,
That's not
what do you think?
a demo.
I mean, something quickly that we could, Mexican way, Mexican style.
Right, maybe we can.
Okay. Okay, give us a second. We'll see what we can do. Don't go away. Don't worry.
So now you're going to dance a bit for them. Or I will get
Okay. I need a hat. Somebody has a Mexican hat? No.
Where's that?
It's a joke. Mexicans don't necessarily wear hats. I mean, many do. Okay. So, okay. Let's show it working, guys. What we just mentioned. Let's show a transfer that really works. Can we do that? So what you're seeing here is an Interledger wallet. The Interledger wallet, in fact, you can all have your accounts. You could all even try doing what we're doing. So Abelitro, that's Jose Abel, part of PCH SIM, who's initiating a transfer. As you're seeing, we have the phone number in the end, right? Put an amount. We have an FX. Can we add a description, maybe? Nice demo. Okay, let's wait before we... Okay, can we... Okay, so... We're sending 50 to Diser Hassam Armenta Vasquez. So it's taking from Moduloop during the lookup the name of the person.
Did it work?
It worked.
No.
No.
Not yet.
It worked.
Let's first
It
verify.
Wow.
Wait. No. Wait. Let's go. Not so quickly. Let's verify it worked. I mean, come on. Can we see the Rafiki admin? I need to make sure it worked. Okay. Wait. Oh, is that right now? What time is it? What's the amount? Okay. 989. Completed. Very nice. Okay, so it says expired because when you're sending Rafiki money and you're indicating the sending amount, there can be a fluctuability or a flexibility in the amount that is incoming. So it will be expired. It doesn't mean it didn't work, as we know. It means that the time expired and the amount is fully completed. That's what we have completed. Okay, can we check in the CNP? Can we show them the CNP?
Well,
because we need a
put
dashboard
us under
for
the
the
bus,
CNP.
so let's go.
So this is a dashboard for the CNP. What you have up there is the logo of PCH. And we created this dashboard where you can actually see all the remittances. That's us all the night, trying. It worked, so 83 times. And we're searching for this small period. Last hour, last day, okay. Okay. So these are Hassam, Armenta, total remittances for. Here's the last one, $50, 27. Okay, it worked. But Mexican regulators are they're really hard. They want us to do a report. It has to be in PDF. It has to have a series of information that we don't really like, but it has to be there. Can we produce a report of that? Okay, so this is in Spanish because it's already for the Mexican regulator, right? So that's today. Okay. And there we have. So that report we just downloaded, and just so you know, this was done manually until now by the money transmitter, and that was taking hours of verifying everything. Now it's done with one click. It's simple, and it's implementing Rafiki and Moja Loop, as you can see. So it's nice, but can we go to Moja Loop? Because all these, you can say it's Rafiki and the CNP.
It's Christmas, Roberto. Just go on. keep going.
Okay, so that's Moja Loop, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Wow. 989 pesos to SMB Huatusco. It's a wonderful community bank. I really wish to go there once. We can go together if you're nice. Sounds really nice. Okay, but let's do a final thing, guys.
Wait. Have you noticed that message that is on the right side?
Yes.
What is that? Was that just sent when the transfer was received?
Oh, so there's a WhatsApp notification for the final user?
I think so.
It's very nice.
What does it say?
Okay, it says you received 989 pesos from ILP Interledger Test Dev. So, why are we doing that? It's not because we like WhatsApp. It's because everyone uses WhatsApp in rural areas, while not everybody has an app. Now, we're speaking of 140 community banks which do not have an app currently. Our market is much larger because there are saving co-ops, there's community banks, there's regional banks, sure. But we're speaking of the most underrepresented regions, indigenous regions, women who have been working alone for decades because their husbands are working in the US and who have their account with their savings, right? We want to empower those people. So we thought, why don't we create a generic app? And let's try it with WhatsApp. So what we're doing is we're using WhatsApp with a 3PPI interface, which is an acronym for third-party payment initiation, right? And so people can, on board, can then speak to the WhatsApp, right? Authenticate, of course, with biometrics. We'll see maybe in a moment if we're lucky. And they can do transfers, they can check balance, they can receive notifications. So basically, these 140 community banks, representing more than 200,000 people, will not need to have their own app. They can do everything with WhatsApp. We should be paid by WhatsApp. Guys, have you thought of it? Okay, so can we check balance? Yes. So Hassam from PCH, coming all straight from Oaxaca, Mexico, is going to show us how it works. You can see the screen over there. So you receive an OTP. In this case, we hard-coded the OTP because we were afraid it would not work in South Africa. We realized it would, but no need to. It's a simple thing. We choose the language, right? In this case, it's going to Zapotec, Mixtec, Triqui. Those are indigenous languages from the regions we're working with. But in this case, we're going to do it in Spanish because there's no English, right? Yeah, okay. So, hi, these are Hassam. So what do you want to do? You want to check your balance, right? You want to check that the remittance really came into your account. So what do you do? To keep it simple, instead of going into another UI, we did biometric onboarding. So that's voice authentication, right? Yes. Can you? Okay.
No.
No.
That's not working, unfortunately. I'm sorry. It was working this morning. It's not working now. Maybe we can do another demo in an hour.
Okay.
It's not flaky, just...
Okay, then let's finish. Well, you get the idea. Okay, can we finish the presentation? I don't know if there's anything else to say. There's a couple of things in the presentation that we should be showing.
So can we give a round of applause to these guys? It's good. We need to change the...
to the other computer very, very quickly. Okay, we're almost done. I think we're a bit over time, but we're finishing in like 5 minutes more, at the most.
Or 10.
Okay, so.
Wait, it's not yet there.
Right, so there had to be a demo. If you want to try, we don't have time to do it together, but you can try right away, and we can check the dashboard, like offline, offline I mean out of the session. We'll show you the dashboard of the CNP. All the transfers that you'll do will go straight to those persons, so those people. So those are real numbers from people of the team, representing 2 community banks, 2 core banking systems. Just so you know, right now we have integrated 2 core banking systems. One is almost finished, one is halfway through, one is perfectly done. The perfectly done one is ISIS, our core banking system. The other one is MIFOS, yes, MIFOS. And the third one is CINEFI, which is used by 25 entities in Mexico, representing 500,000 people. Okay, very quickly, some changes we propose for Rafiki for this to happen quickly and well. Actionable incoming payments. What that means is we are, it's okay, 3 minutes? Okay. Actionable incoming payments, we are requesting that payments, right? Before an incoming payment is created and sent back, to the sending Rafiki, that we are able to check things and then proceed, right? Like allow it to stop. That was important because we needed to do the lookup. Now, validate that the account exists and that it's a valid account that can receive funds. So that's actionable incoming payments. It's very useful. It's completed. Also, completed payment final status updates. That's a long word. Simply what we're saying by that is that Rafiki works for Rafiki, right? So once it's completed, it says completed, and that's all it should say. But we added another completed, really completed, which means it was also completed on the module loop side so that we can manage things easier. That's a small thing. We created the admin UI. We have the fee services we would love to show you, but we don't have time. And on module loop, there were many changes. Pedro?
Many, many changes. Lots of good stuff that's coming out. We've been working on logging and auditing using, instead of JSON inside the switch, using protocol buffers, which is a bit more efficient. And again, this is an internal thing. But the point of this optimization, which might seem trivial, is that there's a lot of logging and auditing messages going around inside the cluster, and we need to decrease everything that we can decrease in terms of computing, network, and latency. So this is an effort to get there. We're also working on the certificate management service, which is done. And we can now onboard a participant by creating keys, key pairs, and certificates, for which we have the full certificate signing request flow, where we have a certificate authority in the switch that can issue the CA key and an intermediate key, and the onboarding process begins with a participant sending the certificate to the switch for it to be signed. Then we get back a signed certificate. That certificate is going to be later used for authentication, for message signing, for all sorts of things. And again, we have a complete certificate management service that allows us to do proper security with certificates. And there's more. And this is all in the admin UI. So you don't have to use Postman. You don't have to use strange things that developers like, but people don't. You can actually use a UI to do this.
Developers are people.
I am a developer. I know how developers are. And there's the PISP POC that Roberto was mentioning you about. And we also have a very exciting thing. We have the beginnings of a participant portal. And what this means is that our community banks will be able to log in to the switch admin UI with their own view of the world. So they will be able to see everything that they need to see, which is filtered in a secure manner with role-based authorization.
So in one image to close this long talk, we're very sorry. They forced us, as you saw. So we show this, we discussed this on top, and then this is what we sort of went very quickly through. Right? The CNP admin, you saw the dashboard, CNP fee service, why we need it and why it's useful, we can discuss outside. The 3PPI model, which goes with the switch and then connects through gRPC to the WhatsApp API, with which we do voice authentication, which has been provided by ID R&D. It's a very good service. And service onboarding, which means that clients do not suddenly get a WhatsApp. They have to onboard Even if they are already onboarded with an account, they have to onboard to this digital service. So we made it all in a flow that is very simple, it's compliant, so it's practically ready to go to the market, and it's very funny. So if you want to make any donations, no, I'm joking. This is our website. Okay, so if you want to see a little bit more about what we're doing, thanks so much to everyone who has been so supportive in the ILF community, in the Modulo community, amazing people all around, and congratulations to all the team. One last comment, because we're closing, and it's the following. Somebody mentioned the ivory tower, right? I don't know who it was. And said, whoa, you're speaking of Modulo, you're speaking of ILF, but I mean, where are the real implementations? I can assure you this is real, and this is going to be in the market very soon. So follow us, this is what has to work. It has to work because it's for the right people, and it's the right technology. So let's enjoy it, and don't worry, it's going to come. Okay, thanks so much for taking the time.
So many people in this room actually got us to this point. You can see some of their names here. They're grantees, they're community members, they're program staff, they're folks that have to process invoice. So if you felt like you helped to get this successful demo here and get this project to where it is, I'd love for you to stand up really quick and just let the room see you. Amazing. Thank you all. I was nervous, but that went fabulous. I remember when we started to do our digital financial services grant, I think 3 years ago, and I kind of remember it to this day where, proposals are coming in and I'm cycling through them, scanning them, and I remember the moment that I saw People's Clearinghouse one, and I was just like, whoa, this is kind of the secret sauce of what we were looking for. I think I even, sent Brianna a quick Slack message in a PDF and was like, whoa, I think this sounds like one that we've been sort of looking for. So it's really exciting to be here 3 years later and to see money actually transfer and see the progress and the community that it takes to do this in an open source context and also in a relationships and community context as well. So thank everyone who was involved and everyone who probably will be involved going from there. And I hope you really saw today, this morning, Costa took us on this journey about looking about where things are going and how these things connect and open source and the progress, and then see it together, come together in real time here. I really feel like this morning sort of told a journey about how these open source technologies and the communities can come together to build these kinds of things. And just 2 or 3 years ago, we were standing up here talking very theoretical, and much of it is still theoretical, but you can really see the progress, you can really see the traction, and you can really see real money change right there in front of your eyes. I want to give everyone a quick timing update. We are going to go ahead, and let me get this right so I know what time it is right now. We are going to start the distributed sessions at noon, at 12. So if you have a distributed session, if you're leading one of the sessions, be ready at 12 o'clock, and we'll just adjust the schedule as is from there. We baked in the time. Somebody was telling me last night that they were at a conference recently that was running 2.5 hours behind at the beginning. Basically, by the time they got through the morning, they were already 2.5 hours behind, so I felt marginally better. But we'll start at noon with distributed sessions. That does give you 20 minutes to go and catch up. I know probably people were rushing here in the morning. There are refreshments out here. Again, you can bring your refreshments into the sessions. All the sessions are going to be fantastic, so hopefully you can find one and many over the course of the afternoon. But I will dismiss us from this room now, go fuel up, and find a distributed session at noon. Thank you so much.
You were breaking, you shook me all night.
survive. I'm trying to tell you, it will if you don't even try. Now we got to go to lose, a foot loose, kick off your Sunday shoes. We are Maury, shake, shake, shake it for me. Jack, get back, come on before we break. Lose your blues.
Okay, I know that we have some persons trying to move persons from outside into the sessions. Maybe if they hear us, persons will move as well. So we get to start. Okay. The discussion this morning started focusing on the history of digital financial inclusion, which I believe also sets the stage for our next conversation around, the development of mobile money across Africa. But in terms of this discussion, more specifically to the inclusive cashless society and digital payments here in South Africa. So I'm going to invite Dr. Davids to come on, and he'll do a presentation and then continue into our panel discussion.
Okay, let's just make sure which way this clicker works. Okay, there we go. We're in the afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to our session. I realize with these breakout sessions, you're always competing with people in other sessions, and I know the sort of Tiger Beetle guys on next door, a very interesting talk as well, so I do appreciate you all coming out. So, Chris approached me a few weeks back to sort of think a bit about a session, and since this was a conference happening in South Africa, I thought to do something specifically focused on digital payments in South Africa. I think sort of this is worth doing, as you'll see throughout the presentation, due to the fact that South Africa is quite different from a lot of other countries on the African continent in important ways, and this really has implications for the way we think about digital financial inclusion in South Africa. So, it would be amiss of me to not have a small plug for the work that we do. So for those of you that don't know, I'm the director of an institute called the Financial Innovation Hub based at the University of Cape Town. We're sponsored by the Interledger Foundation, and sort of as you can see on the figure on the left there, our goal is really to provide research and thought leadership with respect to financial technologies and their application on the African continent, but also we serve this really important teaching and educational offering where we have a master's degree in financial technology. I know some of you in the room may have had some interactions with our students over the course of the last 2 days, and sort of through this funnel approach with research informing how we teach, and sort of all of that informing our thought leadership, we also try to help students innovate through the creation of startups, specifically in the space of digital payments in South Africa. Our website is below there, so please do check our work out. So I wanted to start this presentation with a question. I know we've sort of spoken a lot this morning, especially in Costa's session, about financial inclusion. I do want to draw a distinction. I'm speaking here about financial inclusion. I think sort of Costa had the term digital financial inclusion on the board. And the question is, well, does South Africa have a financial inclusion problem? So I'm showing you numbers here from a survey conducted by the Finmark Trust in South Africa. And what you'll see here is that 82% of adults in South Africa have a bank account. In fact, the average South African has 1.4 bank accounts, right? So many South Africans have more than one bank account. And to just sort of benchmark that 82% number, if you recall from Costa's slide, the sort of number for bank accounts in sub-Saharan Africa is 55%, right? So again, considerably higher bank account usage in South Africa relative to its peers. The number on the right, if you think about financial inclusion, well, 96% of adults in South Africa are financially included. Now, that number may seem very high. South Africa is a developing country. How can that number be so high? Well, if you think about how we measure financial inclusion, this is primarily with something like access to a bank account. So we already think that that number should at least be 82%. And then we sort of think a bit about access to financial services. Now, in many cases, financial services require a bank account, but in the context of South Africa and many sort of developing countries, there's a sort of large and very much active informal financial market as well. So in South Africa, this takes the form of two products: informal loans extended by individuals or agencies called mashonisas in the townships, and secondly, stokvels, which are collective investment schemes. I see John in the room as well, who's done some work on this through Africa. So if we think a bit about these bank accounts, we think about these community investment schemes, and we think a bit about these access to informal loans in townships, then that number of 96% actually seems quite plausible. So you may think if our job is really to ensure financial inclusion happens, well, we seem to have achieved that in South Africa. I should really just pack my bags up. We should all head home. Job well done. But I think sort of transitioning to Costa's presentation this morning, he spoke specifically about digital financial inclusion, right? And I think that that's an important distinction. And I think that's best highlighted when you sort of look at the South African use case where, despite the fact that most adults have a bank account, there is very low engagement with respect to digital financial products. So again, survey information shows that 48% of adults in South Africa withdraw all the money from their bank account as soon as they're paid. So for those of you that aren't familiar with South Africa, a very common sight is on a payday. There are these large and long lines outside of ATMs for individuals to actually take their salary out and then transact in cash, right? So in many cases, bank accounts are simply a medium in which to receive your wages. Individuals then still prefer to take all of that money out and transact in cash. And the second way that you sort of see this low engagement with the figure on the right, which in the sort of light blue bar shows you the percentage of the adult population that has access to internet across a lot of African countries, and the sort of dark blue bar showing you the percentage of internet users who are using mobile payments. What you're going to see is actually quite an interesting pattern that increasing access to internet does not necessarily lead to increasing usage of digital payments, right? So if you look in the case in Kenya, where so few individuals actually have access to internet, but yet for those that do, the use of digital financial products is quite substantial. You contrast that with the case of South Africa, where sort of 3 out of 4 individuals have access to internet, yet it's still the case that less than 25% of those individuals are actually engaging with digital financial products. So it seems that in South Africa, we've solved the financial inclusion problem, but we sort of seem to be struggling with this digital financial inclusion problem. And of course, that has really important implications for things like reducing inequality, wealth and income, reducing poverty, etc., etc. So it's clearly the case that cash remains king. So over here, I'm showing you some numbers from a recent payment study commissioned by the Central Bank in South Africa. So what I'm showing you here in the dark blue bars is the percentage of all transactions in South Africa that happens by that medium. So in this case, it's cash for the entire population and then split up by income groups. And in the light blue bar, you're seeing that same amount, but for the sort of value of all transactions. And for the entire population as a whole, 56% of all transactions in South Africa happen in cash. Right? The average transaction amount is around 200 Rand. You can see that usage goes up for low-income consumers, where 69% of all transactions in volume are made in cash. You can see that in value, that translates to about 38% of all transaction value. And even quite surprisingly, even for high-income South Africans, you're seeing that 34% of all transactions made by high-income South Africans still happen in cash, right? So as much as we see that there's a lot of cash usage amongst low-income South Africans, even for the high earners in society, there is still a considerable use in cash, or a considerable use of cash. Secondly, I'm putting debit cards up. Why debit cards? Well, debit cards fulfill a very specific role in the South African society. So the South African government pays social security payments to bank accounts, and everyone that receives a social security payment or a social grant from the government gets a debit card, right? So there are 11 million people on the social security system in South Africa. So there are 11 million people that get bank accounts with debit cards. Most of these accounts are actually held at the post office. So again, then unsurprisingly, you're going to see high debit card usage. So for the overall population, 34% of all transactions happen with debit cards. You see that number rise a lot with high income, where you're seeing a lot of usage both in volume and in value as well, right? And you're even seeing sort of in the low income communities, 48% of all transactions in value actually happen with this debit card. Third, banking apps. So what do I mean by a banking app? You're logging into your banking app and you're using the banking app to either send someone money, or you're using it to buy things like airtime, electricity, or pay for any of the government bills. And you can see there's some usage over there, 5% for the population as a whole. But then finally, we get to digital payments usage. And what you're going to see is both across value and across volume, digital payment uptake is quite low. So Overall in the population, in terms of transaction volume, 0.9% of transactions in South Africa are made by means of digital payments, and in volume that's around 1.5%, right? Again, sort of speaks to the story that despite everyone having a bank account, the sort of usage of digital payments remains low. So a natural question then is, well, why is this the case? And I think that sort of there are two pieces to this puzzle, and this is sort of something we'll get through in the panel as well. So from that same payments study, which was a nationally representative study, individuals were asked, well, why do you use cash? And the most popular reason here, 31% of respondents said that, well, I use it because it's convenient. So it's easily accessible, all the merchants accept it, it's a really easy means of transacting. 18% said, well, there are no charges or fees involved with using cash. Cash is costless. 11% said, I receive my salary in cash, so why would I go to a bank account to deposit that? 8% say, well, cash is safe, and I think sort of this speaks to trust with respect to financial institutions. And then again, 8% say that they have no bank account. But it seems at least here that sort of the main reason driving cash usage here is its convenience and the fact that it's costless. Now, another way to think about the cash puzzle is that, well, if consumers are saying that cash is convenient, well, there must sort of be an explanation on the merchant side for this as well. So this is another survey conducted in 2022, where they essentially sort of survey SMMEs, small to medium-sized enterprises in South Africa, and they ask them, do you use one of the following products? And what you're going to see is that 90% of SMMEs in the country report having a cell phone, 51% report having access to the internet, 49% report using social media to market their business, 47% respond to using an email, 39% have a cash register, 35% use a computer, 32% have a website for their business. But only 28% of these companies actually have a point-of-sale device that can accept digital card payments, right? So despite the fact that a lot of these merchants have cell phones, have internet, have computers, they don't have devices that can accept digital payments, right? So I think when you speak about the convenience for consumers, one potential explanation for this is the sort of lack of uptake in terms of sort of hardware that will enable merchants to accept digital payments from their consumers. And obviously, this sort of this large usage of cash imparts a lot of cost on the consumer. So this is from a MasterCard study that speaks to some of the direct costs of cash, ATM fees, bank charges, the cost of sending money overseas, and some of the indirect direct costs, that is cost of transport, safety risks, and also the foregone interest with respect to holding cash. And MasterCard put those numbers at the direct cost to cash in the South African economy at 9 billion rand, the indirect cost at 14, and the total cost of cash to the South African economy at 23 billion rand, or 0.56% of the South African gross domestic product. Right? So the cost of cash is particularly sizable to the economy. But cash is also very impractical. And I was at a convention last week where the governor of the South African Central Bank spoke, and he made a very interesting observation saying that South Africa has one of the lowest, highest denomination notes in the world. So I'll say that again. We've got one of the lowest, highest denomination notes, right? So the 200 Rand is the highest note we have in South Africa. So if you were to think about someone going to withdraw all their salary in cash, you think about inflation, you think about sort of wage inflation, cost of living inflation. It's increasingly the case that sort of living is getting more expensive, but that has implications for the amount of physical cash you need to walk around with. So let's do a thought experiment. What I'm showing you there is the average household income in South Africa in the year 2000. And what I'm showing you there is the 10 Rand, the 20 Rand, the 50 Rand, the 100 Rand, and the 200 Rand notes. Now, the South African Reserve Bank reports on the number of notes in circulation. So let's just say you went to an ATM in the year 2000, and the ATM is going to print notes in proportion to the amount of cash, different notes that's in the South African economy. What would that salary look like in terms of notes that you receive at an ATM? 39 10 Rands, 31 20 Rands, 650 Rands, 20 100 Rands, and 4 200 Rands means you would leave with 100 banknotes. Now, in the last 24 years, we've seen inflation. So the average household income in South Africa has risen to nearly 14,000 Rand, but we've not seen the introduction of any new banknotes, which means that if you're actually heading to withdraw cash, In today's world, to withdraw your physical salary would mean walking around with 337 physical banknotes, right? So cash is not just expensive, but cash is also becoming increasingly inefficient to sort of use as a means of payment. And I think sort of this really just speaks to this sort of like pressure, I think, building up in the South African economy for this transition to digital payments in this space. So I just wanted to sort of have that as an introduction just to set the scene for a panel discussion. Please allow me to introduce our two panelists here. First up, we have Julian Kanjere. Julian is the founder of Mandla Money, a fintech startup that allows peer-to-peer payments via WhatsApp. Julian is a software developer by training and also lectures at the University of Cape Town. And then we have Kungela Mzuku, who is a platform owner at Nedbank, one of the major banks in South Africa that is tasked with bringing sustainable principles to the technology used within the bank. Kungela also lectures at the University of the Western Cape. Thanks so much, Kungela and Julian. Okay, so I also just wanted to acknowledge this is a really full circle moment for me. Kungela was in the first cohort of our master's degree in 2018. Julian was in the second cohort of the degree in 2019. And 6 years later, they've gone on to really disrupt the world of financial services. So this is just a really nice moment and speaks to exactly the kind of thing we're trying to do at the University of Cape Town, which is to essentially give students the skills that allows them to fundamentally change finance. And I'm very, very proud to have them both part of the panel over here. Kungela, I'm going to start off with you. So for those of you that may not know, the South African banking sector is highly concentrated. We essentially have 5 banks that serve most of the market. Kungela works at one of these banks, Nedbank. I think why Nedbank is important to this discussion is they're really sort of the bank that I believe is at the forefront of the open banking revolution in South Africa. So open banking here, the idea that banks are able to open API access to fintechs and third-party developers to share information on consumers, but financial transactions as well. So Kungela, I was hoping you could maybe just tell us a bit about Nedbank, some of the work it's doing in the space. Over to you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. So my role at Nedbank is looking at green engineering, which is a fairly new space. And that's all around sort of tracking emissions using code for Nedbank's technology real estate, which is pretty cool. And I also think, it's sort of a weird job to have. Whenever I tell my friends, it's like, what do you mean by that? But Nedbank we're actually a green bank. And everyone sort of calls it that. We have about 8 million customers, 25,000 employees, and we also look after, within my team, all sorts of things, sort of the cloud environments, data centers, you've got the mobile apps, and then you've got this exciting area which we call beyond banking, sort of this idea of, opening up our technology assets to all the various players in the market. And an interesting fact is, pre-2019, actually, Nedbank was one of the first to have an API marketplace. So we have more than 15 APIs. And it's pretty cool. I think all the rest of the banks have also sort of come into, that space in terms of their offerings. And they're all quite different as well. So Nedbank APIs are more around sort of the consumer. There's a wallet API, rewards, but things that are really much more closer to retail. And then we've also got things like ABSA as well, who's got their own API marketplace, which is more geared towards things like getting FX rates, looking at the more enterprise types of offerings. And then, FNB and Standard Bank, which is another interesting one where they have such a big footprint in Africa. And for them, they'll provide sort of API gateways more that are much more like region specific, so offering 1 or 2 APIs in Zimbabwe, Kenya, and all the various countries. So I think there's quite a lot being done, and it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Kungela. So I thought it would be a nice change of perspective. We have sort of Kungela who works at a bank, and we have Julian, who is the co-founder and CEO of a mobile money wallet in South Africa. So Julian, I was hoping you could maybe just tell us a bit about your company, Mandla Money. the origin stories, what you guys do, and sort of maybe how you differentiate yourself from other players in the space.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me. So my name is Julian Kanjere. I am the founder at Mandla Money. Effectively, what we are trying to do is help people to be able to make P2P payments, access value-added services, all from their mobile device via SMS, via USSD, and via WhatsApp. I think our origin story, if this had to, if we had to trace it back to where it started, we started with this question of an interest in cryptocurrency and stable coins, and this idea that, yes, cryptocurrency is meant to be the next evolution in payments, but the way that people access crypto and stable coins is currently very complex, right? You have this concept of private keys, you need an app, and all these different exchanges, and trying to figure which platform do you go with was just a little bit overwhelming, even for people in this room. I think once you then get used to it, you engage with it a bit better. But for everyday consumers in low-income communities and informal markets, how will they then be able to take part in this alternative financial system? So we really set out with this question of how do we allow people to send and receive crypto via SMS or via USSD? This was sort of the starting point, which effectively would allow people to make offline payments. And then the natural evolution of that is we then took some time and built an SMS wallet where we integrated with XRP Ledger that would allow people to send and receive XRP or XRP issued assets, stable coins, and so forth. And then once we had that built, they were like, well, the natural evolution of this is we should allow people to do the same via WhatsApp. And I think just following on from the previous session, not because we love WhatsApp, but because people use WhatsApp WhatsApp is everywhere in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in East Africa. Like the level of penetration of the app is just incredible. So if you want to try and get people to download a new app altogether now, like you have to have a really compelling story why they should download your app. But if you actually just deliver financial services through WhatsApp, that just seemed like a very intuitive step for us. So we then went on to develop a wallet accessible via WhatsApp, so effectively mobile money via WhatsApp. If you're from Kenya, you think of this as M-Pesa via WhatsApp, except we're using crypto rails to move the money. So that was like our origin story. We're sort of at a point of inflection where we are figuring that, okay, we've got this offering, but we still need to perhaps integrate with fiat and have normal banking rails, and this is where maybe partnering with some of these open banking APIs will come into play. But I think more holistically, just looking at delivering 24/7 retail financial services via WhatsApp. That's what we would say. That's what I would say we're doing. You can scan that QR code and actually just play around with the WhatsApp wallet as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Ngela. Thanks, Julian. So to operate into the panel here, a major theme that came up in the recent SARB payment study was this idea that sort of point-of-sale machine adoption is very low in South Africa. So to just remind everyone, that number's at 28%, despite the fact that sort of there's, I don't want to say universal access to debit cards, but large-scale access to debit cards in South Africa. The Reserve Bank goes as far to say that they believe that this lack of hardware on the sort of side of merchants is one of the major impediments to sort of digital payments in South Africa. So, Julian, in the context of sort of this high access to bank accounts and debit cards, to what extent do you think the dominance of cash is a story about consumer preferences for cash versus a hardware story with respect to the low number of merchants who are actually able to accept digital payments?
Yeah, so I think that's a very nuanced matter. If I look at it as a consumer, I think there's a strong component of this where there's consumer preference for trust, right? Like, do you trust the financial services and the banks that are offering you these financial services? So if I'm a consumer, as we've already seen in some of your slides, if I get paid today, then, and particularly in informal markets and so forth, if I get paid today, I'm going to go and withdraw all of my money, right? So that statistic around financial inclusion being 80%, 90%, whilst that's high, I think the better stat for me is how often do you then use your bank account, because that bank account usage is then once a month. And that speaks more to, that trust in the system, right? Do I trust my money in the bank, number one? And then number two, it also speaks to understanding the transaction costs associated with having a bank account. So often you'll find that those banking fees, banking charges, and service fees will end up adding up and becoming significant again for a consumer in a lower income market. And they'll then rather just draw all of their money at once, right? Get that one transaction fee, and then be able to transact with cash wherever they go. So I think those, in my mind, are sort of the primary drivers why cash is still king, and not so much the availability of a point of sale machine. And then I think the other comment there around point of sale machines is often you'll find in some establishments that they will have a minimum amount that you have to be paying with your card for them to use the point of sale, because it's going to be expensive for them to use it on smaller amounts as well. So that now is placing a burden on the consumer to say you have to have a minimum spend in order to transact digitally. And then in that case, then you sort of have to just revert back to cash. So I think, yeah, for me, it's perhaps not so much the availability of the point of sale machine, but it's just, as a consumer, do I trust the financial system, and am I comfortable with the fees? If not, then I'm just going to withdraw my money and stick to cash.
And I think just sort of add on to that, the sort of cheapest point of sale device you can buy in South Africa is 500 Rand, which I think for many sort of SMMEs is still quite a steep amount. So, Julian sort of spoken, I think, a lot about sort of this cost aspect of sort of running point of sale devices, the fees associated with that. Do you think that the sort of low uptake of these devices is simply just a fee story? If they were cheaper, more people would use them? And what specifically is the bank doing to try to, increase uptake of these devices, especially amongst SMMEs?
So I definitely agree with what Julian has shared, and I do think costs sort of do somewhat play a role in that. But we've seen quite a few collaborations with between banks and some of the newer startups where they building things like mobile point of sale, or being able to use your actual device to actually make payments, as opposed to now buying an additional device on top of what you have. So yeah, for me it's like mostly on the merchant side. They have so much to worry about. One of my friends opened up a restaurant, and only 2 weeks before opening did they actually think, okay, we actually need a point of sale device, and they were able to sort of create a profile on Yoko, and it was delivered literally the next day. So I do think there's more and more solutions like that, and especially for, I guess, using QR codes on the mobile side, those ones actually don't have any upfront hardware costs, which is pretty cool. I also think, when I think about point of sales, as well as ATMs, because essentially it's like a point of sales, like a mini ATM that's now, within the store. And we've seen, more people are using point of sale systems. It's not as, a big uptake, but they're using it a lot for things like cashback, where you go into a retail store and you say, can I have 100 Rand, and then they'll sort of give you the money. So that withdrawal of money, I think, has been, doing quite well, as well as things like loyalty, rewards programs, Checker 60, where you've got cards you can tap for, various, I guess, discounts and the likes. Yeah, a bit of both.
I think an important thing to mention as well is that there's a session later this afternoon about sort of the difficulty of sort of having undocumented migrants and sort of access to financial services. And I think sort of that talk specifically focusing on sort of consumers trying to transact. But conversely, in the context of South Africa, where you have a lot of sort of non-residents or undocumented migrants who own the sort of small stores that exist in the townships, if you think sort of like KYC, know your customer onboarding is onerous. KYB, know your business onboarding is even more onerous, right? Company registrations, financial statements, etc., right? So in many cases, the ability to acquire a lot of this hardware to accept payments with respect to sort of the mountain of regulation that imposes on a lot of these small companies is potentially also a factor that's at play. So given sort of these issues with these, I want to say, more traditional means of accepting digital payments, Julian, I wanted to get a sense from you. What role do you see sort of mobile payments technology specifically? I know Kungela spoke about QR codes, but what do you see the role of mobile money as in a country like South Africa in terms of sort of driving adoption of digital payments?
So I think I'm very much an advocate for making use of alternative mechanisms for payment and sort of like thinking outside the box, right? So I think if we maybe look the last 10, 12 years in South Africa, we had these public payphones where you put in some coins and you could make calls, or you could buy a card that's preloaded and make some phone calls, right? And then with advances in technology and so forth, now these have become redundant, right? But like, can we repurpose those public payphones and maybe make them, internet hotspots and so forth? So I think just coming back to the concept of mobile money, right? Like we can have digital payments without necessarily having to have these point of sale devices, right? So like we could sort of take a look and say, what do people already have? Specifically, let's say looking at informal economies, at spaza shops and so forth, like what equipment is already present there that can be used to accept payments, right? So the one thing that's already there is a phone, a mobile phone. There is most definitely going to be a smartphone. So what sort of solutions can we come up with that allow people to accept payments via an existing device, via these mobile devices, via a smartphone, right? So I think that for me is that missing link of driving digital payments and digital inclusion within informal economies is leveraging the existing devices and basically making use of mobile money within that space.
So this is a question that I always wonder, and I think it's always a very difficult one to answer, so apologies in advance, Julian, but for sort of someone that works in the mobile money space, mobile money has notoriously been sort of slow to get off the ground in South Africa. If we sort of compare the trajectory of mobile money usage, I mean, I know sort of many years ago, MTN tried, they're trying again. So why do you think it's been the case that mobile money has been so slow to take off in South Africa, and are you hopeful for sort of increasing adoption of it going forward?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. I think it's what is a blessing can also be a curse. So given how advanced South Africa's financial sector is, I think it's a blessing, but at the same time, this is probably the reason why mobile money adoption has been slower, because your payments system works. You've got access to, like Kungela was saying, you can go and get cash from a retail store. You can do a cashback. So you're at a Pick n Pay, a ShopRite. You're buying your groceries, you can get a cashback and get some cash from there. The distribution of ATMs across the country is relatively good. So again, like the idea of being able to get cash from an ATM, like that works. So all of these things which are working well for the country also then mean that, to an extent, mobile money might then be a bit slower to take off. You look at countries where mobile money has taken off, look at, let's say, your Kenya, or more closely, if we look at, say, Zimbabwe mobile money has taken off significantly. There's a big player, EcoCash, which is owned by the mobile network, Econet. And the reason why that took off was there was a cash crisis in Zimbabwe. There was runaway inflation, and there were restrictions on amounts of money that you could get from the ATM. There were daily restrictions, like you could get up to maybe a maximum of 500 Rand a day from an ATM, and weekly restrictions as well. So people now had to find new ways of making payments, like they were forced into finding alternatives, and suddenly mobile money then became one of those mechanisms where you suddenly had merchants that will accept mobile money, and consumers can send money to one another. And I mean, you were talking about the number of banknotes that you would have to have if you're withdrawing your money as cash, right? Like with the runaway inflation that was there, there were jokes about people putting money in a wheelbarrow to go and make a payment. So suddenly there was this necessity to find alternative ways of paying. And you find that I think when you've got that sort of a necessity, you then leapfrog your consumer preferences of, it's not so much a question of, do I trust the provider, but I actually need to make a payment right now and I don't have an alternative, and you're forced to then adopt it. So I think South Africa, the parallel of that is South Africa, your financial sector is very well developed, and if mobile money is going to take off, I think it has to be within the informal sector, which is easily 200 billion plus, 200 billion market. People shopping in spaza shops, buying groceries and so forth, right? Like there's a massive opportunity there. Am I hopeful that things will improve? So naturally, I think that if we look at what we know to be true, we know that technology is becoming more and more accessible. We know that more and more people have got access to smartphones. We know that the cost of data, cost of data in South Africa is high, but we know that over time this is going to come down. It's probably a matter of time before we have Starlink as an internet provider in South Africa. So we know that these things are true. I think if you are from computer science, there's Moore's law, which basically talks about hardware getting better and cheaper over time. So if we know this to be true, then I think, in the next 5-10 years, I am hopeful that mobile money will take off. Again, if we look back 10-12 years ago, we didn't have WhatsApp, and we look at how WhatsApp has taken over. I'm therefore then hopeful. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Julian. Kungela, I wanted to get a perspective from you. What role do you think traditional banks have in transitioning South Africa to a cashless society? And what do you think are some of the challenges the financial services sector as a whole has encountered in terms of driving digital financial product adoption?
So I think, the big banks need to be much more open to collaboration, and not to say that's not happening. Even this past week, we had a pitch-off competition with the UCT FinHub students, looking to collaborate more with them, sharing more of our APIs and the likes. But I definitely think it needs to be, more across the board. And when I think about, where we are today, I think we've done very well. I do know that, traditional banks always kind of look like the bad guys when it comes to sort of innovating and collaborating. But I do think, to date, they've actually done pretty amazing. But, going forward, they do need to sort of evolve. And when I think about, the challenges that we have, a lot of, high quality, smart, young people have left the country. That's a very big reality. So talent and all of those things. So it's like you're managing, sort of running the bank, but you've got all these other issues that are, need to be taken care of. And that's not the only one. We've also had energy crisis. But I think now we've had over 200 days with electricity, which is very, very good. But water is now the next thing. So it's almost like some of the issues can't really be fixed by sort of one type of solution, but a lot of them need to be much more, crossing between all the various players. But I think, the SARB has been doing very well in sort of, bringing up that conversation, sharing the stats. They've got the Vision 2025, and it's 2024 now, so I don't know how close we are, but, at least we are sort of trying. There was also another thing that I want to share with Capitec, where 2 weeks ago they released sort of an engine or a machine learning model that people can sort of download on GitHub. It's out there. And I think those are the types of solutions that we're going to see more of. Hope that answers it.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Kungela. So sort of transitioning to the final topic here, I think an important distinction that maybe sets South Africa apart from lots of other countries on the continent. Julian spoke about the fact that our financial services sector is relatively well developed, especially in comparison to a lot of our peers. That's a blessing and a curse. What makes, I think, South Africa a lot different to other countries on the continent is that access to the national payments system is reserved for banks. You contrast that with a country like Kenya, where mobile money providers, telecos, essentially non-banks and fintechs are allowed access to the national payment system. So that essentially means that if you're a fintech in South Africa looking to innovate in this space, you either need to register as a financial services provider, which entails a mountain of regulation, or you need to find a way to partner with a bank, right? And that naturally is quite a stifling environment for innovation. To the credit of the central bank in South Africa, they've acknowledged this, and there is an amendment of the National Payment Act called the Kofi Bill, which will essentially sort of look at amending the rules to potentially allow non-banks, fintechs, access to the national payment system, and I think that this is really positive for a development of the space. Another positive development in South Africa that we've not sort of spoken about at this conference as a whole is this idea of open banking. I think this is also really important in the South African case. So for those of you that don't know, open banking is the idea that banks are able to open up API endpoints for third-party developers and fintechs to access financial transaction information from their clients. Now, in most contexts in the world, open banking has been driven by a regulatory approach. So a central bank saying open banking is good for society, we need to implement open banking standards. South Africa is one of the few countries in the world where open banking has actually come about as a result of the market. So it's being driven exclusively by the banks in this country. We do not even have a sort of open banking standard for South Africa, yet all of the banks have collectively decided that this is something sort of in our collective best interest to actually do. So on the slide over here, I'm just showing you sort of a page from Nedbank's website, who I think are sort of at the forefront of opening up APIs for fintechs to use. And you can see there are personal loan APIs, customer APIs, wallet APIs, payments APIs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this way of interacting with banks, especially in this context of South Africa, where fintechs need to work with banks, I think this sort of open banking revolution in South Africa is a very positive one. So, Kungela, from sort of the bank perspective, could you tell us a bit about sort of the importance of this open banking revolution in South Africa, how you see this benefiting specifically low-income consumers, and maybe mention one or two interesting use cases you see developing that are going to reduce the reliance on cash?
Cool. So I think something that's pretty cool with having such a platform, it means that founders like Julian can really focus on their customer segment and solving that sort of last mile problem, and then making use of things like the open banking APIs from the various providers to sort of help with the risk management, more of the back office types of functions. And that's really how I see this going. So for example, we've got the Nedbank wallet API, where, if you're a founder and, you're sort of working on this and you want to include a wallet API, that's sort of a solution that you could use quite quickly. But I do think that the APIs could be a little bit more, what can I say? I don't think they truly open, in the sense that you'll notice on the screen there's a Nedbank Open Data API. And what that's sort of giving you is they've got two data sets which are showing you all the list of ATMs and the branches, where they are location-wise. Whereas if you go to a place like the UK, some of their open data APIs are actually giving you anonymized customer information and things that founders can actually use. Whereas with ours, it's just sort of giving you the capability. But yeah, definitely more could be done. The second question was
use cases.
Use cases. That is definitely a tough one. But I do think, I find there was a comment there around, us sort of sitting in our ivory tower. And I think it is somewhat true where, use cases are, yes, they are there, but I think we could do a little bit better to sort of bring use cases to, the general life of a South African. For example, for my master's paper, I wrote about, the tokenization of agricultural assets. So things like cattle are very important, and currently what people do is register your cattle with a, community or chief or someone who's looking after that, and they would have sort of your ledger to say who owns what, and then also branding the cattle. But it's quite prone to a lot of theft and everything like that. But cattle are an interesting one because, when you're getting married, you actually have to pay lobola, and that's done in cattle. But it's not as like back in the day where people literally bring like 5 cattle, onto the house. But it's almost now become like an internal currency system where, the two families will agree that, one cattle is equal to, let's say, 10,000 Rand, and then that's how they'll sort of negotiate. So some of these, I guess more payments or, banking sorts of things are playing out, but it's just not being connected to. So things that are in that space would be pretty cool.
Thanks, Ngila. And then just to finish off, Julian, as someone that works in the mobile money space, what do you see as some of the major opportunities for mobile money providers like yourself that are that's brought about by this advent of open banking in South Africa?
So I think there's a few ideas. The one, what Kungela has mentioned about being in an ivory tower, I think open banking will allow solutions to come up in ways that wouldn't otherwise be thought of in a boardroom, in a bank. I think there was a talk earlier on about how do we provide financial access without necessarily using like a mobile interface or something, and that was one of the ideas was maybe having voice prompts in a localized language, right? So there's suddenly these ideas that can come up from startups leveraging open banking. I think the other is also just the fact that like startups move faster than corporate, so that decision making and the ability to iterate and try out stuff like that just suddenly unlocks opportunity for startups. And then I think the third, and this might be a very controversial one, especially if there's anyone in the room that is, say, affiliated with apps like SnapScan or Zappa and so forth. But I've tended to look at some financial innovation as there's financial innovation that happens at a convenience level, right? So if I'm downloading a SnapScan or a Zappa, I'm maybe based in Cape Town, I'm going to markets, Old Biscuit Mill, farmers markets, and I'm paying for breakfast or coffee on a Saturday morning, and I'm scanning with SnapScan. I already could pay with my card. I already could pay with my watch if I wanted to. And then I feel maybe hippie because I'm using this SnapScan. And then Zappa, if like I'm spending a lot of time in Johannesburg, you can use Zappa to pay for your parking ticket. So it's like at a convenience level. And I believe that like by getting access to open banking APIs, you can actually then start to create solutions and innovation at a core level, like at a much lower level that's solving a more fundamental problem and not just at a convenience cherry on the cake type of level. So maybe a controversial opinion, but yeah, that's my take.
I think I tend to agree with that opinion as well. So I'm cognizant of the fact that we've run out of time, and I know we are a bit behind as well. So I just wanted to thank our speakers, Julian and Kungela. Thank you all for attending. I think we're out of time for questions, but if you did want to continue this discussion, we will be around. So please be sure to find any of us outside. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so I just want to add my thanks to Dr. Davis, Kungela, and Julian as well for that insightful perspective on the South African case. And I think that kind of is a great segue into our next panel discussion, which will be led by Rashi, which is intended to focus on the existing ecosystem and what is being done to enable inclusive and accessible digital financial services. So I'm going to invite the persons on that panel to come. Oh, 1 second before. I think I need an extra chair. No, it's 3. Okay, good. Thanks.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. So I think we'll move on given the limited time that we have. My name is Rashi Saxena. I'm a public interest technologist based out of Bangalore. and I'm very excited for our discussion around navigating and ensuring that we have inclusive and accessible digital financial services. We're looking at aiming to ensure a more holistic way of what we understand by inclusivity. And I have two very powerful CEOs who have a range of experience. So we are very excited to be here. We have Liz Steininger, based out of Berlin, Germany, and we also have Ritu David, the founder of Datadog. So I think I'd like to go on and get any introductory remarks from both of them on how we understand accessibility, usability, security, and what does inclusion in the realm of financial services mean to you?
Well, if you want to start with the definitions a little bit, I can just quickly say that with security, there's three aspects that we generally need to be thinking about. It's integrity, confidentiality, and availability. So these are three aspects that we have to talk about whenever we're discussing the topic of security.
Amazing. Ritu?
For me, flipping it to say people first finance, and I think the minute you put people first as a priority, the rest just sort of flows in place, and that may be a bit simplified, but I think it's great as like a problem statement, like this is the biggest stakeholder we have, you know, and that's who we're solving for.
Yeah, I think my definition of accessibility expanded. Earlier, I used to think about it from a point of view of how can it be more accessible to a particular community who has different challenges. But then I completely ignore. So I think I would classify accessibility as 5 core pillars. I look at knowledge because we realize that a lot of people don't necessarily have the digital literacy and know-how of how to be able to navigate the different applications, APIs, websites, and so many other aspects. I also look at digital interactions. We've seen a lot of persons with disabilities require more sophisticated assistive technologies to be compatible, and how do those interactions happen? How do we make it seamless? Whether the two devices are compatible and can interact with each other. Also looking at socioeconomic barriers. Not all applications are open source, and sometimes proprietary software and tools can be very expensive. And of course, looking at geographical and cultural barriers to understand the different languages that we have. I mean, I'm sitting in a continent which has a very rich oral tradition. I also come in India where oral traditions have been very high. So maybe in many aspects of explainability, things can be lost in translation, localization needs, so there are so many. I'd also like to open it up to the audience in terms of what are the examples, challenges that they've seen in terms of how to design for underrepresented communities. We'd love to hear from the locals here. Anyone can raise their hands and talk to them. Can we give the mic, or do I give the mic, or can it go to someone?
Hi, my name is Kei, and I'm one of the co-founders of Kumquat, which is a local design consultancy. We work with a bunch of different fintechs and startups from all over the continent. I think for us, when it comes to designing for accessibility, it always starts with a human problem and understanding the human context. So I think when we're designing in a Western space, it's really easy to do digital surveys, interviews, but on the continent, especially because everything is still so in person and trust is based in person, it really starts from going there face to face and interacting with people. And sometimes it's not even appropriate for you or me to be the person interacting with them, because it has to come from someone that they can really trust and feel like they can be vulnerable to. So I think some of the common insights that we also saw just designing across the continent was that visuals come first. So I think a lot of us are very comfortable in a text-heavy environment, whereas the visual language and iconography is really so crucial in environments where people don't have financial literacy, they have a very low level or a non-existent level of digital literacy, but still need to make remittances. They still need to get paid. They still need to be able to withdraw money. And then something else that we've also seen is that for symbols and iconography, that's also very different from context to context. So being able to localize and then finally also center around and really catalyze these solutions around a community, because it is so trust-based and it is so relational that you'll often find that it's local communities that can really champion each other and also share knowledge. Otherwise, you just end up designing a tool that kind of just, sits somewhere and it looks nice on a presentation for the stakeholders and the investors and the donors, and it never actually really impacts the people that we want them to.
I just want to, these points, it reminded me of one of the stories that we wanted to share about how we actually met and started working together in the past. My company was working on some software development for a grant on a secure storage product. And although storage is a bit different than a financial system, some of the same issues around security and accessibility and usability, accessibility, like all of these things still apply. So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think there are a lot of socio-cultural barriers around, and of course, as she said, there's a lot of things that are designed for presentations. There are a lot of aspects designed to get an XYZ amount of funding, but what do you think are the core issues that, or the barriers that you've seen in your line of work that kind of hinders people from adopting a particular financial service? Maybe Ritu, you want to go first?
Sure. So I run a company, so what we do is not just me. I'm using the word I and we, but that's interchangeable with my team. So I'm not a superwoman when I talk about this, but I was very lucky to be at the right place at the right time. I was doing a study for a bank on inclusive finance in Kenya, where I grew up, and M-Pesa just exploded, And like, I was studying actuarial science at the time, and I was like, how did this happen, outside of the broader banking ecosystem? And the one thing I took from that experience of M-Pesa, and then I think about like 15 years ago, later, so a few years ago, applied it to a very inclusive platform. What M-Pesa did in my brain was say, let's stop fitting banks into mobile phones and let's make the mobile phones the bank, right? And when you flip the approach, you start to look more openly at things. So one of the things that we've been working on a lot is providing voice interfaces and using sound waves. So in India, we've done this in rural India, and we have been working with Access Bank, which is Nigeria's, I think the continent's largest bank, to pilot this in places. And I really do want to try it in South Africa as well, because Cape Town's beautiful. So, but one of the things that we've done is realize that most people have voice as a way that they're very used to speaking and doing things, right? So if a voice interface will facilitate, like in Kenya, Mama Boga, which is like the person that sells vegetables, to just say that, please request payment from XYZ, right? Without her having to go find her device all the time and start texting and taking away from the market environment and her cultural sort of relevancy in that space. And what we've also managed to do is look at, and when I was looking at the ILP, the Interledger protocol, I realized that what it's done is sort of like create a train system across for finance in a way. And then for me, this sound waves is kind of like that last mile. We're not solving the big stuff, but the last mile with sound waves is that I can close a transaction. Settlement can happen later, but I don't actually need a smartphone. I have a dumb phone with sound waves, and I can also ensure that whatever I need done is done through voice. Then when I get to a local vendor, which is pretty much how a lot of settlement is done in the world, then you go to the local vendor and then it gets settled. Now, the gap between, sorry, I'm taking a bit of time on this, but the gap between receiving a text message to say, oh, you've got, 100 rupees in your bank account, to actually getting that money in your hand or in your bank account creates anxiety, right? And so we're all for, like, how do we use local SPOCs and communities to bring that transaction level closure as fast as possible. And I think once people experience it a couple of times, the level of anxiety drops. Like I remember when M-Pesa was launched, my dad changed from Kencell, which was another mobile provider, to Safaricom, because he was just like, I can't believe that this is insane, right? So for me, it's also about that last mile inclusivity. When people have like non-smartphones, which is most of the world, and people, we think of literacy as a very English and text-based thing, and you were saying that, like for me, literacy is also about voice, right? And a lot of languages aren't written languages, and the number of times we've recreated banking interfaces for a left to right to a right to left language, I mean, that's a lot of money, and it's very expensive. So I love the voice interface. I think it gives us so much freedom.
Definitely. It also caters to a certain section for persons with disabilities. And a lot of us like to put persons with disabilities in a very umbrella term, but persons with disabilities is a wide range of people. You can classify them as someone who has motor disabilities, someone who has cognitive disabilities. So yes, it definitely helps someone who has grown up in an oral tradition, and also helps a lot of people who might not have English as a native language. So let's be honest. I mean, I come from India, and I think one of the good things I enjoy about the financial services system is that it is trying to at least be inclusive with languages. Smithy might disagree with me, but then we can have that discussion for later. We can move on to Liz, and learn a little bit about what do you think the challenges are.
What I think about, I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
No, as in the the challenges that you see and the barriers around digital financial systems that we have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned security, and I think it's easy to think that this is not part of accessibility, but it is. That if we want people to feel safe and comfortable interacting with the financial systems, they need to also be aware of the aspects of the security to some degree. So we need to create interfaces. It's challenging. I mean, whether we do voice or visual and how we do it, there's all these challenges around how it functions. But it's also important for how people interact with it from the kind of security mindset too. So how aware are they about what matters and what doesn't matter? And this really ties into the social engineering attacks that happen. We've heard a lot about fraud detection and things like that, and that's important. But this phishing attacks are a great example of social engineering, that it's, the system might be functioning perfectly fine, but if the user doesn't understand, I need to look for these kind of clues that this is not really my bank that's asking for me to log in. That's one challenge that we have to face, is how do we find that ground? And this is where I think the usability testing, the accessibility testing, these touch points that we have with different users, when we're out there, we can also work with them about this kind of exchange of, these are the different the different security models that you're going to be interacting with, and get this in this kind of feedback loop of that on all these fronts. It's usability, the accessibility, and the security, the privacy. See how is the user thinking when they're interacting with these financial services, and how can we make sure that we meet in the middle?
Absolutely. I also wanted to see that there are a lot of privacy concerns with a lot of the work that we do, which is sensitive, especially for underrepresented groups and groups that are whistleblowers, for example, or journalists who want to upload important documents, and ensuring how seamless they are. I also come from working and having experience of working in restrictive environments, so applications working in lower bandwidths, quality of services, and ensuring that your data isn't leaked. But yeah, there was an interesting statistics around how WEF said that cybercrimes by 2025 could go to losses up to 10.5 billion. And yeah, in India, there have been concerted efforts on opening cybercrime cells, banks openly giving you PSAs at different times of the day on what not to do. But yeah, maybe Ritu, I'd go to you and learn a little bit about some of the work that you've done on tackling domestic violence in India. And maybe you could also perhaps walk us through what are the privacy considerations that we should take.
Yeah, so I've been really lucky to work on creating the largest data bank of domestic violence in the world. And one of the concerns, like once we got all the data, it was like, all right, let's understand from the survivors of domestic violence, what are their actual needs, right? And one of the biggest needs that came up was, and I'm sort of quoting, I can't leave because if I leave, how will I live, right? So even if they have their own, people are like, oh, why don't you have your own bank account? Now that comes with a whole lot of KYC issues. Like I'm fairly privileged. I moved to India, and to open a bank account, I needed to give them either my father's address, very specifically, or my husband's address. And given that neither had addresses, you know, I was in India, I was sort of just a little bit, you know, surprised that I walk around with my privilege expecting frictionless experiences, and imagine what it would be like if someone's trying to escape that very situation. So even in the case where they may have their own financial account, like a bank account or whatever it is, alternate to banks, it's very easy for the perpetrator to actually find the lady. In this case, and I use lady because of the statistics, but yes, there are men that are, and intergender people that are also affected, but how does she actually leave when she has no money? And even when she has money, it's very easy for someone to go to the police and say, hey, my wife's missing, or my sister's missing, or my daughter's missing. Help me find her. So it's about having, like, there's a tension between security, cybersecurity, and also the physical security of people. And I think for me, inclusive finance is including the people that have been forgotten by networks, but also giving people the right to be forgotten by these very networks, and still facilitating a livelihood for them. A lot of times women do leave with children, and it is a challenging situation. So the financial system's capability of forgetting people but yet banking them is very important, and I'm keen to hear about it. I think there's a session on refugees and how to later today. Yes? Yes? Okay, great. Thank you for that. So yeah, I'm really keen to hear from that, and I think there's a lot of notes we can exchange on how to solve for these so-called edge cases, but that's really not, when you hear the numbers and the volumes, it's really not an edge case.
Yeah, I actually think that it's not an edge case is a really great point. That often I think people think about the accessibility testing or issues and they think, oh, well, this is just maybe a minority. But if we can address those issues, the problems that they face, it can benefit everybody else that's also using these financial services too. I think during some discussions we talked about, you know, something as simple as high contrast can help people who have visual disabilities, but it can also help you if you're in a sunny situation where you can barely read your phone. And I mean, I think that, having it be a separate thing it needs to be more integrated and more embraced by everybody working on these systems. It's like that you think about accessibility by design, that you think about, like, how am I including everybody, because I'm not looking at the rare cases, these edge cases. I'm really just looking at a range of cases.
And we're also in an environment with with people with varied experiences and literacy levels. So how would you explain what a security analysis, or if I might say assessment, looks like? How does that look like? And there's also a lot of debates and discussions around whether accessibility frameworks and usability frameworks hinder or compromise security. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's really easy for people to make talking points where you put two things on opposite sides and then say it's one or the other, and there's a dichotomy here, there's a choice. But I don't think that things like security and accessibility have to be on opposite sides from each other. That I find it helpful to think about that first, that there are different layers that we're working on. We're working on everything from infrastructure to all the way to the kind of human component, all the way to like customer support or society, how society is creating legal regulations and things to support all of this. So it's really all these different layers. There's application layer that we talk about too, but to the point of security, it really helps to approach it from as early as possible, just like accessibility. That, you know, from the very beginning, you're really looking at it. But there are things that you can do towards the end, like security assessments, like accessibility assessments, where you're basically doing an audit of the software to see where the holes are, where the vulnerabilities could be, the potential exploits, et cetera. And that helps. And those come out in reports. I think it's really great for those to be shared publicly also, especially if there's open source code.
And also to be written better so that it's understood by a wider audience, because sometimes most of the security reports are something that fly over my head, at least, even as someone who works in accessibility. But then foregrounding accessibility as a core principle and as a prerequisite, it saves a lot of time, and keeping it early on in the planning stage of the development cycle is also necessary. And then, yeah, I think you made an interesting point about open source, and I have two women from the private sector. Ritu, to get your comment on, do you think financial inclusion services should be open source, closed source? What are your thoughts? What are your experiences on that?
I don't actually have an opinion on whether it should be closed source or open source, because proprietary software just does have a role to play in learning and development and in R&D. And I think a lot of the technology that we have created for banks or we've created for institutions hasn't been based on open source, but they have put in the money. And so I think I'll move back 2 steps and say who's funding what, right? And no matter if it's open source or closed source, someone's paying the bill for it and expects an ROI in some sort of way, shape, or form. And so I'll leave it to the people to navigate, you know, what works for them. I also am very nervous about us like doing like Batman and the Joker, where closed source is, you know, like the baddie in the room. So yeah, I think what works for the world, what works for ROI, what works for inclusion, and how that happens is actually none of my business.
I think it really just depends on how we all want the power dynamics and the incentive systems to function. And if it's like other things, information is power, and that you can empower different people by having open source versus closed source. And it has to be a decision. And I think who's investing matters, but also it's like, what outcome do we want as a group? And so if there aren't people funding certain things, then you should be. If you want it to be maybe open source, you need to fund it a certain way versus closed source. In the business models, there's a lot of considerations in there. But yeah, I just always want to remind people that information is power. And this is true for code too.
Amazing. And with all the recent global outages that you've had with what happened in CrowdStrike, and how it did hit the financial sector the most. And I think there are cybersecurity insurances that probably covered maybe 10 to 20% of the aspects. And how does one go through that as a measure? Do you look at how do we, and of course, a lot of the financial services transcend a lot of borders. How do we define it as a critical infrastructure? Is there a governance aspect that you see that should be devised depending on whether it's private sector taking care of it? Like in the case of M-Pesa, it's powered by Safaricom, and then we have Airtel back in India and some parts of Africa. How would you define it as a critical infrastructure? Would you or would you not? How would you go about that?
For financial services as critical infrastructure, I mean, I think it is. As you were mentioning earlier, that money can empower somebody to be safe, to have a whole livelihood. And then also we see that financial services are pretty fundamental to businesses operating. So, yeah.
Yes, it's critical infrastructure because without it, human rights without financial inclusion just doesn't make sense, right? Like, I mean, how much does a day in our lives cost us? And imagine if we didn't have that, you're taking away almost all my rights when you take away my access to finance and money. And it's not just about transactions. It's about freedom. It's about empowerment. And I think most of all, it's the most democratic thing, right? Giving people the ability to choose where they, like, how they spend their money. Like, it's so integral to democracy.
Amazing. Maybe we'd open up a few questions and then go back to our panel. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or anything they want to add? Anyone at all?
Hello. Hi. So I'll take a bite at the open source versus closed source and which one is better, because you can't come to an open source foundation forum and then not take a position, right? But for me, it's like, I think what you said about where the ROI is going to be and who's funding it and what they actually want out of that is actually a very important observation. Because if you have a commercial solution that you're putting into a system, then you are aiming for the aggregate. You're aiming for where you're going to be able to get the most return out of that solution, and effectively you are talking about a financial return. So you're going to focus on that part of the population that you are serving that actually has money to give back to you. And that by definition feels like it might be a little bit exclusionary, because now you have your solution that focuses on the aggregate and the low-hanging fruit and everything. But I think if you want a slightly more altruistic perspective on where the financial inclusion is going to come from, then that is unfortunately going to have to come from somewhere else, where the ROI values are different. We don't want commercial returns, we want general upliftment in the economy. And in a corporate environment, typically the way that you mention the finance cycle or measure it is so short. It's like an annual cycle. I have an annual return, I want to be able to get the most bang for my buck in the shortest time frame possible. If we are talking about financial inclusion, then you are talking about timescales that are almost glacial by comparison. You want to uplift entire economies and groups of people, and people like the Gates Foundation or Rockefeller have been doing this for decades now to try and uplift people, and they've had great success. But I think for that purpose, more than anything else, I would almost want to champion open source more for financial inclusion, because they care about different metrics in how you are measuring that kind of process. That's just a comment, not so much a question, but if you want to comment on that, please.
Yeah. May I just quickly respond? So my husband works in pharmaceuticals, and for some reason the word is escaping me, and that's his daily bread, so that's very scary. The one where you don't have IP attached to it, what is it called? Ah, yes, thank you. So he sells generic medicine, all right? And my father used to work in a space where it wasn't generics, right? And I know that it's not entirely the same, but at some point, for research and development and for innovation to happen, someone needs to get a return, you know? And so I feel like these two things do need to exist. And like when we're talking about altruism and all of that, at the end of the day, someone somewhere is a for-profit entity like Microsoft and putting in the money into a foundation. So I'm very keen to understand and open it up to the room as to how do we view impact where when we're not facilitating profit, because one really comes from being funded by the other. I don't know how people feel about this. Yeah.
I think I think it's good to look at other industries and and to consider what do we really want in the end. Like you said, if we're trying to maybe be more inclusive, then maybe there isn't the profit angle. So for certain services, so we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of the service? Is it more of like the groundwork infrastructure versus like protocols versus apps, and are they focused on particular markets or users? And and then the security considerations come into, I think. Do we want that level or that application, that service to be accountable in different ways? So the accountability that we can have on closed source is just different than the accountability that we can have with open source. It's not to say that closed source allows for no accountability. We can have other avenues, regulations, reporting, and things like that maybe has to be done about how things are working. We see that already with privacy regulations with GDPR. It has certain, data protection and stuff. So I think it's just good to think about, what do we want? But I also don't think it's realistic to say that every piece of software is open source, maybe, because maybe there are certain cases where the closed source is better. I think it's hard to say that anything should be 100% in this world, even though I'm a huge open source fan.
We actually go back to someone else who has a question or a comment.
Yeah, I have a question. So you can't talk about finance without talking about regulation. And so I'm curious if you have experiences you can share or just thoughts on the topic of if regulation is a driver for inclusion and accessibility, if it's a hindrance, and also what we can do to steer it in the right direction and get it moving in the right direction.
I can actually talk a lot about the accessibility aspect, because a lot of the standards and the assessments are actually driven by regulation. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines that have been there around since the 1980s, incorporated by the World Wide Web, and the Web Accessibility Initiative, which has industry experts. It's a very multi-stakeholder approach. It started with version 1.0, and now we're at version 2.2. It is baked into regulations in the US with the American Disability Act and the Canadian regulation as well, but that's only for public sector. And it was also a part of the EU regulations that is mandated with, again, public sector, but the EU Disability Act that's coming into force next year in June 2025 will mandate private sector to also be able to comply. So being accessible helps a lot with social inclusion. It helps a lot with positioning from an optimization point of view. But it also saves the companies a lot of issues with compliance and fines. And there have been a lot of hefty fines, which is why the ADA is so robust, whether it's Netflix or Harvard Universities, for something as simple as closed captions, or Target, which is an amazing e-commerce company that kind of works with different federations, with the blind and the deaf, to ensure that accessibility is baked into different digital interfaces that they have, public-facing or otherwise. But for the security aspect, maybe Liz, you could talk a little bit about a use case of how you'll do security audits differently, what's helped in the past, given the experience that you have. Maybe you could shed light on that. And I hope that answers your question. Okay.
In terms of the security audits, yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting Yeah, it's been an interesting experience of doing the audits. I know that security audits are not anything new, but there is a more of a movement as more open source software is out there, that there's also more open reports about the security of systems. And I think that we will need to get to the point to also making that information more accessible to people, especially if we are concerned about, the social engineering attacks and stuff like that. I think we've got a ways to go to make that information more understanding. Security is very complex for people at the moment, but as we embrace new security models in the new systems, like the way that we're architecting new financial service technology is allowing us to have different security approaches, different security models in these systems, which then changes the impact to the end user down the road too, as to how they're interacting with the systems. And so this will all get looped together, I think, over time with more of the security audits and the publishing of that information.
And how do you think is it relevant to the Interledger protocol here?
Well, I mean, it's incredibly relevant to publish security information if you're working with open source software. So that's an easy one. But again, coming to the bigger picture of inclusivity with financial services, again, information is power. So the more that we are open about how we are checking the systems, not just building, but also checking the systems, is going to be incredibly important to, again, just make them inclusive and accessible to more people.
And how do we do that with the users? What would you recommend?
Do you mean like to how to get them to understand the security better?
Yeah.
I think it's everywhere, everything from that, like that ground level, doing the usability testing, the accessibility testing, having that interaction with the users about what they want. We can also have security usability testing too. I mean, that has to be baked in, that when you're checking with people about like how they're understanding buttons on an interface or how they're interacting with voice systems, you should also be asking the question of, can this be faked? Can this be phished and stuff like that? And we can look at that at the user interviews and stuff like that, those kind of user, those conversations that we have with them. And so we can just do it at all different levels. We can also do that on the information publishing side too.
You have thoughts on that?
I'm actually going to go back to the regulator. Is that okay?
Of course.
Sorry. So I think, I don't know what it's like currently with regulators across, but speaking from my experience in Australia, I joined government for 5 years because there was a lack of technologists, designers, and people that work at the intersection of design, technology, and social justice and psychology to join the regulator and get, but no one else wanted to join from my sort of university and from my peer group, because you get, number one, it's very exhausting because you're explaining at a very basic level, according to you, things to people who come from a different angle, right? So for example, I own a couple of companies and we get paid for taking risk. It's very difficult to then go into the regulator space and be like, risk is the worst thing ever, and we need to shut this down. So I think the interoperability and the flow of talent between private, open source, and government, and whether the regulators are government entities or not, I think there needs to be a flow of talent, and there needs to be not two sides to the table, but just a round rotating sort of experience, I feel, for these conversations to move faster. Because often it's I do this, I write this document, I give it to them, then they get some panel of experts. It's just so slow, and tech is moving so fast. So I'm really keen to have that churn of talent around, and how can we facilitate that? For example, a lot of financial services companies pay for their employees to go get an MBA. And in our company, we've started to give people some amount of monetary buffer to go join government for a few years and then come back, so that there is that level of talent going in that's still plugged in, because even if you're super talented and you go in when you're 25, after 15 years, maybe, you know, your skills from the tech world aren't as updated in your knowledge. So yeah, we do facilitate that.
You know, I think with regulations and the open and accessible standards, I agree a lot with the talent aspect and upskilling. I think there's a lot of education that's needed there, though my reservations on the MBA are different. But I would also say that I think it's really important to have users, diverse users and multiple users being tested at different points. Many a times you can get a lot of false positives. You might be 100% compliant with a particular security audit or a web content accessibility audit and still have challenges because something is incompatible or it doesn't work for a particular user. I know that we're running out of time, so maybe we have time for questions or suggestions. Yeah, I think we can open up for questions if there are any, and if not, we can sum it up.
I think the question of who's funding open source and the exchange with that with closed sources, you have to think about the financial incentives for everything. I would argue that we see open source actually driving the innovation in a completely different way than just a profit incentive. Google doesn't open source its search engine, but it does open source all of its infrastructure code, and that's because it's a completely commoditized part of its business, so it can do that. The other thing that we've seen in the EU, at least, is a movement for public money, public code. So if a government is going to be buying software and funding software development, that money should not be going into a for-profit company. It should actually be into open source software that other governments can also use. And then we've also seen granting specifically for like open source software that hasn't gone through accessibility audits or security audits. And so the EU has actually put a ton of money specifically into public grants just to help existing open source software get better at that. I'm wondering, do you have any other examples of that in other countries?
Yeah, from my experience, from what I've seen, it's been mostly the US and the EU that's been investing in open source software development, but it would be great to see more of that happening, of course. And I do think it's been great to see that not only are they investing in open source development of tools that can be for public goods, they're also looking at other aspects of like security and safety and stuff like that for people who are in unprivileged, disadvantaged situations in general, wanting to speak out, like journalists and stuff like that, and human rights activists. And so that all movement is great. I would love to see that even carry more into the financial services space too. And I think we see a little bit of that kind of coming with like some of the cryptocurrency, blockchain, Web3 space, that we're seeing some additional funding coming towards that, but and it is generally open source that they're supporting. But yeah, I think the tech industry and other places around the world have more work to do too.
We have less than 2 minutes now, so if there's anyone else who has any questions, if not, maybe we could get summaries from both of you and wrap it up, because I know it is the lunch hour and we don't want to keep all of you waiting. Any final thoughts, conclusions?
I'm just surprised that people are here past lunch, so thank you. What a privilege to have all of you still here at the end of the talk. Last remarks, I think for me, is people first finance, and thinking of, like we keep thinking of shoving banks into phones, and how can digital devices become part of the financial system. Those are the two things that I've been thinking throughout all the wonderful sessions that have been going on over the like it seems like more than a day, but yesterday and today. So yeah, I'd love to, connect with you guys on those two things and continuously have conversations about goodies and baddies.
A final thing I want to say is that we are on the brink of a very significant financial revolution that has to do with like digital finance. We've already started it. It's changing how we're doing things. And some of you were probably around for the internet early days and how much that fundamentally changed like retail and communication around the world. And we're about to do that. We're doing that again with the financial industry. And it's so exciting, but we have a really small window of time, and there's a lot of pressure on us. I mean, sorry, it's the truth, to be able to make sure that we architect this in a way that we can protect more human rights and that we can do more financial inclusion of these services, like giving financial services access to people, to more people. We just have this small window of time, and I just have a call to action to like take it seriously. Let's all continue to work hard together to make sure that we make it accessible and inclusive as much as possible, because we can do it better this time.
Amazing. And time's up. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're all available at lunch and throughout the summit. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and have a great day. Thanks.
Wanted to plug that the next session after lunch is in here, so everyone after lunch will come into this hall. All right?
I'm going to vamp up here a little bit as I see people start to continue to wander in. Maybe one thing I'll do is I know we're delayed. Let me run through what we're going to do here. We have our plenary panel that's coming up. You see these fine gentlemen seated on the stage. They will be starting here momentarily. Yes, the Building Trust and Advancing Open Payments in Africa's Regulatory Ecosystem. So if you can hear my voice out there in the lunchroom, go ahead and come back in. Bring your plate. What the heck? You can deal with a little bit of fork noise, right? That's good. After that, we'll be going into our final round of distributed sessions. So we have some fantastic panels after this, fantastic talks, and fantastic workshops. We will be bringing everybody right back in here after those distributed sessions. Brianna Marbury is going to do some closing words, our president and CEO, including sharing our vision for our 5-year plan going forward. So that should be pretty exciting. And then we will have coffee and tea and snacks as people exit. So if I could get, I see you, here we go. Do I have a staffer in here I can activate? Jeremiah, will you just do one more, like, get the heck in the room? And then, we'll start, and then there'll be, 15 people walk in. That's just the way the world works. Yeah. All right, once I see, here we go. There we go. Look at Jeremiah, my Pied Piper. Love it. All right. Thank you, Jeremiah. You did that was a fantastic job. You're teaching me you don't have to be loud to get things done. All right. We'll keep the doors open. It's pretty quiet out there, and that will help invite people in. Well, welcome back. Thank you for having some great sessions. I know they were packed and engaging. This is the next plenary panel, Building Trust and Advancing Open Payments in Africa's Regulatory Ecosystem, hosted, curated, brought together by our friend Dre from Snake Nation. So Dre, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can go ahead and kick us off.
All right, thank you, Chris. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining. Special thanks to the Interledger team and leadership for another amazing summit. And what a party last night. And I'd also like to recognize the members of the parliamentary group that's joining us. I'm Dre Gare. I'm head of innovation at Snake Nation. We're a content technology and culture company. We're located in Cape Town and Atlanta, Georgia. We explore different ways to help diverse creators build their audience, distribute creative product, and create value for their work in the creative ecosystem by connecting them with opportunities, training, and innovating specifically for creator payments. So what brought us to the Interledger Foundation is our mutual commitment to evolving financial inclusion by advancing the capacity for open payments. In theory, we can unlock economic potential in the creative economy, specifically for the Global South. Today, we will be discussing how to build trust and advance open payments. But before I begin, I'd like for my panel to introduce themselves. I'll start with you, Tawanda.
All right, thank you, Dre. Hello, everyone. My name is Tawanda Brandon. I am the CTO at Snake Nation. I work very closely with Dre, and we've been part of the Interledger/web monetization community since 2020. I am largely responsible for all of the tech integrations, basically our tech platforms. Essentially, our platform, which, as Dre alluded to, allows creatives to post their content and provides a channel for distribution. To traditional media and big brands out there like Netflix. And we've been part of the Interledger mostly because we did discover how much payments are very fragmented in Africa. And with the creator economy being global in its nature, there is a need for cross-border payments that are efficient and secure. I'll leave here and pass the mic to Jürgen.
Hi everyone, my name is Jürgen. I'm the founder and CEO of Zago. We're effectively a stablecoin exchange. We are registered in Cape Town, South Africa, and are a registered CASP. Also got an Australian entity called Zago Australia and are registering in Nigeria. So basically, we are a crypto on and off ramp. So what we do is, for example, we issue rands onto the XRP ledger and currencies for US dollars, euros, and use that as a stablecoin exchange in order to do on and off ramps. And we can settle in multiple African currencies. And that is our goal, to build entire ecosystem through Africa in order to build on and off ramps right through Africa.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Sabilika. I'm a senior specialist at the FSCA, so that's the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. I think many of you may know that FSCA is the conduct regulator in South Africa. And I'm coming from the FinTech department, where I'm mostly responsible for monitoring FinTech trends, conducting research and trying to understand how they impact the ecosystem and the regulation that's currently existing and what can be done from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So, Tawanda, we're going to start with you. Tell us about your experience in exploring the Interledger technologies. What were you attempting to achieve? And what were your conversations that you had about integrating open source technologies into your tech stack?
Okay, so the first intersection with the Interledger was, of course, payments. For our platform to at least serve our people the way that we intended to, we need to be able to allow people to make cross-border, we look at it from a low value, high volume perspective. So instead of thinking of someone sending $150 or $1,000 at a time, on our platform, the nature is quite the opposite. It's since every engagement on content generates some form of value, every like, comment, view, share, etc. is a fraction of a cent. And we obviously could not do that with traditional banking rails, starting with the 2 decimal problems. And there we realized that some of the value that our creatives were accumulating over a period of time was so minute, you wouldn't actually be able to send that over, even mobile money if you wanted to. So the first touch point was, of course, web monetization and the ability to stream payments. We wanted to apply that on audio on demand, video on demand, viewing for audio content and film content on our platform. And we also wanted to apply that for, live streaming, as well as the tips, likes that are, micropayments in their nature. And I would say, learning with what we've learned now, the building part or the integration part of the tech was the easy thing. I think we started with web monetization. We managed to do that integration. At least at the level that we were able to satisfy our grant. And of course, we ran into the one big hurdle that a lot of the other grantees have run into, which is you get you're building with your team, you build your tech, you build your pilot, whatever, your MVP, and then there is this big monster code regulation that you kind of, for the first time, you have to deal with. And I think that is, of course, is really affected what we've been able to integrate at this point, and our roadmap specifically as it pertains to the delivery of payments to the different countries where creatives are coming from. And I would say that for transitioning from the web monetization grant and going into the financial services grant, the integration with Rafiki also was, pretty straightforward. It took a little bit of time, when before the alpha release that we first saw maybe two years back. The going beyond integrating Rafiki, which we did at the hackathon at the summit last week, it was very quick, very easy. But getting to that point where we look at the banking partners that we were talking to, we look at some of the financial institutions that we were talking to, we were in some cases either ahead of what they understood from what regulation would permit them, or in other cases they were just outright not looking at crypto at all because it was just too risky. So we're now in a situation where we've completely separated the development of the two, the tech platform and how this is going to serve the users, and then the payments layer of it, specifically as it relates to regulation. We've tried to apply. We've been applying for a VASP license in Mauritius, and we are now going to be applying for a CASP license here in South Africa. But the approach now is more in parallel. So instead of pursuing a license first and then building the tech, or building the tech and then pursuing the license, after, we just decided to do that in parallel now. So leveraging off of existing companies and existing registered financial services providers for payouts and off-ramps, and then at the same time building the best version of this payment rail that we are envisioning at a level where we just need to keep tweaking it, making it more sustainable, more efficient, but essentially starting off from, okay, so if you're a creator here in South Africa and you want to subscribe to a channel of someone in Ghana for $2, are we going to be able to allow you to do that in real time with minimal fees? That's kind of like what we are going to be working on right now, and then just use that to build a case for our regulatory and licensing requirements.
Thank you, Tuanda. I'm going to jump over to Keith because you're the coolest regulator I've seen in a while. So, Keith, can you tell us a little bit more about break down what regulation looks like in South Africa, how African regulators are looking to foster an ecosystem that encourages innovation while ensuring compliance? How do you work with other fintechs and banks? Let's start there. That's like 5 questions in one.
All right, no, thank you. That's a mouthful. I'll need the whole day, but I'll try to answer that in a few minutes. So I think the way that regulation is looking like in Africa in general, I think, especially when you look at payments and all other, fintech segments, it's still fragmented. I think we all agree that there's still work that needs to be done in order to harmonize that regulation. But when you come home here in South Africa, what you can see is that regulators notice the trends that were coming off fintechs in terms of driving the financial services sector. And then back in 2016, they decided to form a working group that's called the Intergovernmental Fintech Working Group. And within that working group, that's where they've got an innovation hub, which is made up of 3 facilitators. So we've got a regulatory guidance unit, which is essentially a one-stop shop for startups and incumbents to engage, to ask questions when it comes to any regulatory questions that they have. before they even fully develop their solutions. And then they've got a sandbox which allows these fintechs to test their solutions that are challenging any existing regulation or where there is no regulation that's currently existing. I think it's important for me to highlight the regulators that are involved in that innovation hub. So we're talking of the Reserve Bank, FSCA, National Credit Regulator, FIC, Competition Commission. We've got National Treasury coming in as a policy maker within that. So it's a collaboration of all these regulators that have come together to assist this space to make sure that they don't stifle innovation, but they understand the risks and the opportunities, and then they engage these fintechs from early stage, guiding them with regulatory guidance, and then they can also have time to understand what's happening in the sector so that they can start working on regulation that's protecting consumers and this balancing also the innovation that's taking place within the sector. So these are like some of the initiatives that the regulators are doing. And also within that working group, we've got an innovation accelerator where all these regulators are also conducting research on various topics that that are emanating from the ecosystem, like your open finance, crypto assets, AI, in a way of trying to understand all that so that they can formulate regulation that's supporting the innovations and also aiming to protect consumers operating within the space. So in a nutshell, I can say that's what South African regulators are sort of like doing in order to assist and supporting the innovations and the work that's taking place within the ecosystem. I think I'll pause there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an awesome answer. Now, Jürgen, you went through the sandbox. You were one of the early companies to experience South Africa's regulatory sandbox, and you went through unscathed. It didn't sound painful. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience and any advice you have for companies that are going through the sandbox?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we actually were part of the first cohort of this IFWG sandbox. What really happened was when we engaged with the South African Reserve Bank, when we started up our business, we obviously realized that by issuing stablecoins on the ledger, we are dealing with something a little bit unique. And so we were always very open and engaging with the South African Reserve Bank. So if I can just point it out, the South African Reserve Bank was always very open with us. Every meeting, they were always engaging, they were always very forthcoming with information. It never felt like they were like, oh, what are you guys doing here? So when the sandbox came around, we were sort of invited to apply, which we did, because we have a unique case. We would like to test cross-border payments using the XRP ledger and stablecoins. And so we went in with a certain view. We thought this is how it's going to look like. And I would assume the IFWG or the FinServ and FIC and everyone that was involved in that sort of their side of things had their view. And we quickly realized that it's quite far apart. And not far apart because we're way out, but what we thought we were going to be testing and what they thought we were going to be testing were two different things. So, but it was a really open and engaging situation. We ended up getting our contract renewed 3 times, which meant we were testing with them every 2 weeks for a year and a half. And it was a really good learning process. What we were really testing was, which is slightly different maybe for those people who are not in South Africa, we have exchange control. So in South Africa, there are 3 regulators at the moment regulating crypto. So the first is the FIC, which is you become an accountable institution for money laundering and KYC, FIC, all that stuff. You need to make sure that that is all in place. The second is the FSCA, where this is becoming a financial product, the crypto that you are dealing with, and that is how you are conducting your business. And then the third, which is not in place yet, is FinServ, or exchange control, which is the South African Reserve Bank when it comes to reporting of these crypto transactions as the funds flow in and out across the border. So what we were really testing is exactly at what point is a crypto transaction a cross-border transaction. For example, is the cross-border transaction the moment when you go into crypto? Is it when it leaves the exchange? Is it when it gets turned into a foreign currency? At what point is that actual report happening? Because that makes a massive difference on how you apply this business. So, for example, if we're a big exchange and people put money in, they can put money in and out, they can go crazy. But if they start sending it off the exchange, what does that look like? Is that a reportable, a non-reportable transaction? And those type of things. So these things affect how these exchanges can deal with that reporting inevitably.
And again, unscathed. But what has participating in the sandbox done for your company? What are some of the benefits that you received from participating in the sandbox?
Well, for starters, it was knowledge. We didn't understand exchange control nearly as well as we thought we did. So having that close relationship with FinServ and being able to, I would like to say, not really debate, but understand their thinking, and then applying it on a technological level on our system. So we were able to actually test these reports and send them reports and get feedback from what those reports should look like. So we feel quite comfortable with where we are if this particular regulation would come into play. But we also, as a business, getting into the sandbox got a bit of credibility. And that actually helped us with our fundraising, and we actually did get quite a good funder because of it. I was very excited about the fact that we are working so closely with the regulators.
Yeah, and I think that's a big point. As a fintech, as a company working and designing ways to evolve and innovate around payments, the ability to work with your local regulator is super important. But one of the things that I've also noticed is that you just can't, getting the response from your regulator is cool, but sandboxes are really meant for testing the unknown. Keith, could you explain a little bit about what would make a good sandbox experiment, or what you're looking for when accepting people into the sandbox?
No, thanks. That's a great question. I think some of the things that we consider when we get these sandbox applications, we look at issues around financial inclusion. Will this solution actually alleviate financial inclusion? Is it going to benefit South Africans, right? We're looking for solutions that are on the cutting edge, that are different from what we already know that's existing in the sector. Obviously, because it's a regulatory sandbox, we're looking for solutions that are challenging existing regulation or that are not covered within regulation, so that we can test the innovation against regulation. And then we also consider, because we don't provide funding or any advice when it comes to the development of the innovation, we're looking for solutions that are fully developed so that we can just test them from a regulatory perspective. And then part of the testing process is that we give the fintech an exemption to operate within a controlled environment, where we agree on the number of consumers, the type, the exposure that they are supposed to have, and then they report to us, and based on the outcome of that, then we can then either decide to extend the exemption. We can then decide to allow them to maybe stop until we rework on the regulation. But there are a number of options that we can explore, including even adding some amendments to existing regulation to accommodate that. And I think the great thing about it is that when these outcomes come out, in most instances, they don't just affect that one institution, then they are then rolled out to the entire sector for everyone to sort of like benefit from the insights that are gathered from that testing. So these are like some of the things that we sort of like consider when these applications come through and then they go in for testing. And I think the last important item is that because it's a multi-regulator sandbox, we also consider the appetite from the various regulators. If there's a certain area that they are interested in, that they want to understand and work on and then improve regulation, then when applications of that nature come in, then they sort of like look at them, consider those use cases and try to put them through the sandbox. So it's also appetite dependent from the regulators, because sometimes we get like good applications, but you find that the regulators are not prioritizing that aspect because of certain issues. Then they might not say, let's not work on it for now, but certain areas they are looking into them because of what's emanating from the sector, and they really want to understand and improve regulation along those lines. So those are like the kind of things that we sort of like consider on a high level when we receive these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did a little research. There's 12 African countries that have regulatory sandboxes. These programs are aimed at fostering financial innovation, inclusion in the fintech sector. Jürgen, you've had a little bit more experience working with sandboxes outside of South Africa. Can you speak to any of your experiences, or if you're allowed?
So we actually haven't had any experience with the sandbox out of South Africa, although we are talking currently to the Namibian regulators. So they actually invited us to enter into a sandbox with them because their regulation is very much the same as ours with exchange control. However, we didn't feel it necessary to test anything there because it would be the same outcome for us. So we weren't motivated to particularly enter into a sandbox there. But we also have entered into a Nigerian sandbox with the SEC. So we are currently looking to get that approval so that we can do some testing there.
That's awesome. I want to switch over to licensing a bit. As Tawanda was saying, Snake Nation is looking at getting a CAS of Aspen, Mauritius. Could you tell us a bit about the licensing process? And I'll open the floor up to whoever can speak best to that.
All right, so let me, I guess you're referring to the crypto asset licensing. So maybe let me start there, then Jürgen, you can then just add from that. I think from the time the Intergovernmental FinTech Working Group was formed, there was another working group that was formed, which was outside the IFWG, which is called the Crypto Assets Regulatory Working Group, which has done a lot of work on crypto assets. And that work led into a final position paper on crypto assets. And there were about 25 recommendations that came out of there. And one of the recommendations was that FSCA would be the leading regulator when it comes to crypto assets. And concurrently, when that work was being done, FSCA then declared crypto assets as a financial product, and then invited crypto asset service providers to start applying for licenses so that they can receive the license, they start to be regulated and supervised. And all that happened between, I think, 2014, that's when 2018, that's when the Crypto Assets Working Group started. But fast forward to today, FSCA has been receiving applications from crypto asset service providers since June last year, and we have received over 300 applications, of which about 130 of them have been awarded with the crypto assets licensing. The declaration, what it actually means, or the license, what it means, it's a license to crypto asset service providers that are involved in intermediary services with crypto assets and providing advice. There are some areas that fall outside FSCA that still need to be addressed. Issues around using crypto assets for domestic payments, crypto assets for cross-border payments, stablecoin issuers. There are some areas that fall outside FSCA's mandate, but respective regulators that are involved in that, they are also furthering work when it comes to those aspects so that they can also fall under their regulatory ambit. I think that's what I can say for now when it comes to the licensing of crypto assets. Yeah, I'll pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to switch over to open banking. How do you envision the adoption of open payment standards changing the competitive landscape? I understand that open banking institutions are making available their data. They're opening up their APIs for fintechs to take advantage of the data, allowing for third-party transactions. How do you see the future of that laying out? I'll open it up to whoever has the best answer.
Okay, or no, I'll take a stab at it. So it's very interesting what we've been seeing happening here. We had a talk earlier, and we're exposed to some of the work that Nedbank is doing. For example, they've opened up a lot of their APIs, and there's a trend between opening up your APIs to with third-party, fintech companies in mind, kind of thinking, look at Snake Nation, for example, what we've been trying to do with certain integrations with some of the banks we've been trying to talk to. If their APIs were open, there's certain integrations that we wouldn't have needed to be worrying about. A very good example being like KYC, for example. You already are registered with this particular bank, you have an account, they've already done your KYC, and you're going to register with Snake Nation. Let's figure out a way to leverage off of that data that the bank already has. But we've been seeing that a lot of these APIs that they're opening up are more or less on the side of the bank than of the fintech, rather, to enrich their service delivery or improve their products one way or another. But at minimum, they are providing, APIs that will, at the very least, allow you to do some kind of transactions, pull out some historical data, etc. Now, where does this tie into with like the future of where payments is just going in Africa in general? There is a big trend of just social banking that we've been seeing all around the globe. And one of the best use cases of this has been the integration of like payments into WhatsApp. And the companies that are leading a lot of these innovations that bring any kind of payments into a social space, solely for the reason of accessibility, right? The stuff we've spoken about with WhatsApp being available to almost everyone. So instead of building your own app, leverage off of what's already living on top of WhatsApp, and then just do integrations into your platform. I think for the growth of social banking and all of these APIs we're seeing coming in, just interfacing with users where they're most accessible, whether mobile money or WhatsApp or your SnapScans of the world, but where they're integrating this into social payment, into social applications that already have a lot of users on them, that is going to benefit a lot from banks opening up a lot of their APIs, because in most cases where you're seeing a lot of fintech developers running to open source / blockchain technologies, which in as far as building an MVP or proof of concept is concerned, work very perfect. But then, down the line, you still come to this licensing / regulation conversation. So, the mix between the two, where social banking is going and the banks opening up their API is going to create a favorable ecosystem that I think, especially here in Africa, is going to see a whole lot more adoption and at least success in fintech startups that are currently held up by regulation.
Cool. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. I can add a little bit to that. So in Europe, open banking is a little bit more prevalent. And so we've got a couple of sort of neobank solutions that we use that are running on those open banking systems. And really what is happening is if you have a sort of a larger bank with their banking licenses, they get a bit, risky for crypto, for example. What they would then do is give a sort of a ring-fenced solution. And so basically all their risk is contained into that open banking APIs. And so from what we've seen is that really just adds to friction and adds to costs. And if we are in Africa and we are trying to actually lower the costs and lower the friction, I'm not always sure if open banking is the answer. I do think it is a good user experience or better user experience in getting you to areas where the bank might not necessarily get to. But you must remember that it's a layer on top of an existing banking rail.
So I have time for one more question, and then I'll open it up to the audience.
If I may just add to that conversation on open banking / open finance, I think also from a regulatory perspective, I think, as FSCA, we've also been doing some work with regards to open finance, noting that, there is an issue with regards to sharing of data, and there are other mechanisms that were being used to access that data, like your screen scraping, which also had some risks to them. And I think if you can also try and follow that work that we have done, it's still work in progress, trying to come up with a policy position on open finance. And also the Intergovernmental FinTech Working Group is also, working on open finance, that sharing of data, because there are some fundamental questions that get asked when it comes to the sharing of data, especially by banks, because when you ask questions like, whose data is it? Is it the bank's data? Is it the consumer's data? So open finance, open banking, gives that option to share data with consent. And then when it comes to APIs, sort of like trying to come up with standard rules when developing those APIs. So there is work that's being done, not yet finalized from the regulatory perspective, but also trying to open up that space, because we understand that if there is a certain position that's taken from there, it would contribute to issues around financial inclusion and make this ecosystem more efficient. So yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to add on that.
Great answer. South Africa's in an interesting position. Heavily banked, but people use their bank account as post boxes. So you'll see, what was it yesterday? It was payday. There was a long line at the ATM, and it got me thinking, if the world is moving towards a more digital requirement for either income or even, work is moving into the digital era, when you see people using cash or their bank account as a post box, and there's no data, they're not taking advantage of what the banks can offer or what the fintechs can offer. What do you see as the challenges of crossing that digital divide? I'll open it up, and then we'll open it up to the crowd.
Sure. So really, it comes down to the same thing. A bank has got a certain license to do certain things, and they might have, many prerogatives that they are following. the whole purpose of this open banking and open APIs is to actually give different experiences which the bank might not necessarily do. This is a neobanking experiences. So that's exactly a good example, what you're referring to there.
Yeah, actually, I love that. I think it just speaks to my previous point on social banking and the use of WhatsApp chatbots, for example. So accessibility is a big thing. Some people, for some people, they may be looking at it from a perspective of, I'm using a feature phone, so, and I don't have, and data is expensive here in Africa, stuff that we already know. So I'm definitely not going to be, interacting with my bank account on my app like that. And for me, interacting with my bank involves me walking or, taking a taxi to an actual physical branch and, interacting with them. And I think a lot of people are in avoiding that whole, whether it's the physical or is the digital around, my phone is not smart enough to be able to do this, or I don't have the connectivity to be able to do this. Just leads to users trying to find a little bit more convenient way to just still access the services which we know they need, right? They definitely need the financial services, and not accessing them through the platforms that the banks are providing is not an indicator that these are not services that are needed. I think the opening up of APIs, etc., provides different user experiences that cater to different groups of people in the market. So like what mobile money has done with USSD is like you can still have a bank, you can still transact, receive your money, and you can still go and pay without actually touching cash, but at the same time without opening a mobile app. And that's something that everyone who has access to a phone service is access to a bank, and which isn't necessarily the case that everyone who's using the internet or is on the internet has the same level of accessibility to financial services.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open it up to the crowd for any questions. I see 3 questions, 3 hands up.
Hi, can you hear me? Cool.
Yes.
So in terms of open banking, one of the key use cases we've identified, particularly in bringing solutions to the lower income segments in South Africa, we're introducing a custodial wallet solution, right? And we've identified that through an open banking API, we can actually almost, instead of implementing our own KYC processes, we can actually obtain that KYC data from existing banking institutions. I just want to understand, what's the regulatory stance on this in terms of utilizing KYC data through an open API, and how powerful do you see this going forward? Do you think maybe there's an evolution towards almost central KYC housing, where banks would act as a KYC service provider in a sense? Thank you.
It's a great question.
All right, thank you. I think you're raising an important point. I think hence I've said that there is work that's being done on open finance, because considering that South Africa hasn't adopted a policy on open finance and use of APIs, is it mandatory, is it not? So currently, I think the relationships that are forming, they are forming from bilateral relationships between fintechs and banks. But obviously, there are benefits that you have highlighted from using those open APIs to access that data. But from a regulatory standpoint, currently, nothing has been pronounced when it comes to that until we have gotten to a point where we have adopted an open finance, open banking policy that has got certain requirements around licensing, sharing of data, standards around APIs. Then at that point, we can then say, this is what's required and this is what regulation says around open APIs. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I got a quick question. So, on this side. So my question is, I'm a developer, right? So I wanted to know from being a developer, I was working on a solution which might some sort kind of be like disruptive, right? Like, let's think about Thomas Edison. If he had to tell people that I'm trying to invent something that will emanate light and stuff, they would say he's crazy. So I want to know, like, is IFWG open to disruptive technology? And what is the regulatory ecosystem doing to keep up with disruptive innovation? Like AI, I'm sure there's no regulatory ecosystem for AI yet in SA. So I want to know, like, what is the regulatory ecosystem doing to keep up with technology that is very disruptive or technology that they might not understand? Yeah.
All right, so that's a great question. So South African regulators, I think I can speak for FSCA, they are part of a number of international standard setting bodies where these conversations are held and we try to share information and understand this kind of work and the innovations that are disruptive that are coming from the sector locally and internationally. So there is this sharing of information at that level. And then within FSCA, for example, we have a fintech department where I'm coming from. And part of my main responsibility is to conduct research on such topics. And currently we are actually running a survey, market survey on AI in South Africa, just to understand the landscape, what's happening with AI, the usage, the risk and the opportunities. And then we have this Intergovernmental FinTech Working Group, which is a collaboration of all the regulators, where we meet, we share ideas, we know what the Reserve Bank is thinking, FSCA knows what, Reserve Bank knows what FSCA is thinking, National Treasury also sits in there, they help driving the policy position on certain topics. You know, so there is this sharing of information and assessing of risks, and then depending on the topic that's being discussed, the work can then be furthered. Case in point is crypto assets. And for us to get to where we are today, it's as a result of crypto assets being disruptive, the risk, the collaboration of regulators, and then declaration and licensing. So there is all this kind of work that regulators do to understand this space. And depending on the outcome of that, they then either formulate new regulation, though we know it takes forever, but we consider that option, or we amend existing regulations so that we at least cater for those disruptions that are coming up. And I think it's also important to mention that when it comes to the regulation of financial services sector in South Africa, we regulate the activity and not the technology. So we are technology neutral, though we understand that certain technologies bring up risk, but we focus on if you are providing a lending solution, if it's driven by blockchain or whatever solution, we sort of like focus on that activity, and then you would need to be licensed by the relevant regulator that's involved in that, not mainly focusing on the technology, though we understand the risks that come up with certain technologies. I think that's an important point to just highlight. Thank you.
All right, time is up. Do we have time for one more question? No, okay. Sorry, you can find us in the hall. Well, thank you everyone, and that's our panel.
All right, we're going into I got to stop popping the mic here. I'm a pro. We're going to start to go into distributed sessions. There will be a panel here that will actually follow up on some of the same regulatory issues. We have talks going on in our talk stage and, of course, workshops upstairs. So get to your stations. One last round of distributed sessions, but these sessions are just as creative, just as ingenious, just as dedicated, and work just as hard as the ones that came before. So let's show them one last round of respect. And then we will close in here for a final very quick plenary from Brianna Marbury, and then we will be serving you tea, coffee, and cakes.
What was the plan? You were going to tell us at 1 minute left, right? You're going to do this. Yeah.
Somebody tells us.
What this is right there, I'm guessing you will tell us.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Hello, great. Okay. Hi, welcome to our session on competition and financial inclusion in DPI. My name is Hannah Draper. I'm an advisor to Consumers International and also the director of a digital rights consulting firm called Payne & Routledge, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator for this session today. So, what is DPI, the topic that brings us here? DPI stands for Digital Public Infrastructure, and while it may look different depending on the country or jurisdiction where it's implemented, it has a few things in common. So digital public infrastructure is generally a set of publicly driven, interoperable digital components that can support a range of services. To date, discussions about DPI have been focused on three primary functions, which are identification, data exchange, and lastly, financial transactions, which is the topic we'll be discussing today. So DPI has already demonstrated itself in places such as India, China, Brazil, to be truly transformative in terms of economic participation by making it as easy to send money to someone or to a company as it is to send a text message. At the same time, like with any emerging digital technology, it's important that it is designed and deployed in ways that that are truly fit for purpose and responsive to consumer needs, and also balance values such as competition and inclusion. There have been several international initiatives in the last few years around DPI. For example, the 50 in 5, which is a drive to support 50 countries to implement DPI within 5 years, and also the UNDP's Safe and Inclusive DPI initiative. And you may want to check out the Safe and Inclusive DPI framework that was recently released by the UNDP alongside the UN General Assembly last month. So I would now like to hand it over to my colleagues to introduce themselves and to discuss learnings from their experiences with financial DPI in their countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Smriti. I'm a researcher based in India, and I'm also currently the research ambassador with the Interledger Foundation. I'm going to focus my intervention. India has a number of DPIs, lots going on in that space, but I'm going to focus on, given our interest here on digital payments, the DPI called the Unified Payments Interface, or UPI. And this, of course, understanding this has to be in the larger context of digitization movement in India, which has been really geared towards using technology for solving societal level problems, and started with digital identity, etc. But on UPI itself, if we look at the motivations, the starting point of it was, at least from the government's perspective, was about moving the country towards a less cash society. So India has traditionally been a very cash heavy, and it remains to be a very cash dominated transaction economy. And one of the motivations was to change that and move towards more and more digital. The other articulated motivation has been around financial inclusion, about making services more efficient, making it safer, making it more comfortable and convenient, so that people feel, we're obviously talking about a population, a lot of which is not educated, a lot of which is coming online for the very first time. So you're dealing with, a population group where coming online has been a challenge, and DPI and digital inclusion has been a challenge. So in that context, financial inclusion has been the other goal. Competition itself has not been an articulated goal at the starting point, but the way the DPI was designed, competition effects were inherent in that, because, just to explain, the choice that was made was to rely on APIs as the basis for the rollout of this DPI, and inherently, the reliance on interoperability meant that it was meant to break, the silos of market power which were existing in the economy, where all transactions had to be bank-led. And even within UPI, it has to be a bank-led ecosystem, but it's allowed new apps which are called third-party payments app, which are non-bank players, who do the consumer-facing interface. So the customer belongs to, say, a Google Pay or a WhatsApp or an Amazon or a Paytm, and at the back end there is a bank, which backs and supports the transaction, and there is a settlement entity called the NPCI, which does all of this. So that's the basic ecosystem, and we can go a little bit more, into details in a while, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you, Smithy. My name is Nicolo Zingales. I'm a researcher in Brazil, FGV. It's a university based in Rio de Janeiro. So what I wanted to complement to this session is to bring a little bit of the history of the interaction between competition regulators and the financial sector regulator, and how the goals of the two have been played along with each other. So in the context of the financial sector, we had a history of large banks concentration and a lot of practices that were considered anti-competitive by the competition authority. So the first interventions were to stop exclusive deals between the providers of payments and, for example, the merchants or the credit institutions. This was the first intervention that kind of opened up by securing access for everybody in the market by eliminating exclusion. But the second intervention was done by the financial regulator, which imposed interoperability of payment systems. So this was in 2013. Then we had an intervention again by the competition regulator in 2016 that tried to help an aggregator that was called Guia Bolso, that wanted to do open banking before open banking was a thing, was trying to get customers to pull information from the banks into their own systems. And the banks were preventing, were not allowing this to operate smoothly. So again, we had a competition intervention. Then after this lesson that was learned in a competition context, we had the open banking that was introduced. This was in 2021. And at the same time, the regulator introduced the PIX, so this instant payment mechanism that is imposed on all the major banks that have more than 500,000 accounts. And so with this mechanism, there was a lot of more people having access to banking and financial services. Once we have the PIX installed, we had nice interaction between the competition and the financial sector regulation. There was an increasing need to ensure that the financial regulator understands the competitive dynamic of the sector, but at the same time, there were some tensions between the two. So there is a view that says that some banks that are larger have a bigger power to prevent frauds and attacks, malicious attacks, and therefore when the banking sector imposed this measure only on the big players, it encouraged also new players to come in by not having mandatory application, but by having the opportunity to join. This led to a market where we have a lot of players, but not all of a sudden all of them are capable to deal with all the fraud and the ability to monitor and collect information. So there is this tension also that is exacerbated by PIX in a way that creates a potential tension between the two objectives. Now, a big challenge is how to structure a governance framework that ensures that there is a minimum level of security that the regulator provides, and at the same time leaves some space for experimentation by these different players. And I think this is one of the challenges that we're going to have to deal with, how to structure the governance framework so that there is an understanding of the competitive effects of the measures that are being taken, and at the same time you allow to leverage the power of the bigger institutions to identify the problems and prevent them from happening. So I think Brazil shows that there was a success story with PIX. We have a big adoption, but at the same time what is lurking in the background is a lot of data breaches. PIX also makes more easy to make frauds. There's a lot of violence in Brazil, so a lot of people are kidnapped, and there is a request to make an instant payment. The financial regulator is trying to address that with some measures to get reimbursement in case there is a fraud. But this governance of how the system works to get the reimbursements is now being contested by some consumer association, because typically what happens is that the transaction is made, then immediately there's an on-one transaction to another account, and the current mechanism of reimbursement only catches the first. So there is a big discussion regarding the rules, how they should be set up to prevent the frauds and to compensate consumers. And I guess this is one of the things that we can talk about on DPIs, how we can ensure, maybe later on in the second part of our conversation, how we can ensure that they address these problems effectively.
Hi. Hello, thank you. My name is Andrés Calderón. I'm a law professor at Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. I'm also an external legal advisor to the board of directors of the Peruvian Central Bank. But as you may imagine, I'm going to make the formal disclaimer that all my remarks are made on an individual capacity. So, like Peru is famous not only because of its food, obviously, but also because of economic stability, in spite of obviously political troubles, and also because of the control of inflation, which actually this is a fact that contrasts with Peruvians' informal economy. Almost 70% of the active economic population works in informal conditions. So this is a key factor that, as you may imagine, has some effect on financial inclusion. We have a very low degree of financial inclusion. However, after the pandemic, there was a significant growth of the number of people having access to a bank account. We grew from 42% in 2020 to 52% in 2022. But most notably, the number of digital payments tripled in the same period. So we went from 57 payments per capita, digital payments per capita, to 152. So, and this was mostly due to the use of digital wallets. This data shows that there might be enough room and opportunity for getting people access to financial services, specifically using digital services. And what also happened in 2022 is that the central bank enacted some rulings mandating interoperability between private service providers, payment service providers, and there's obviously many academic empirical work showing the connection between interoperability and financial inclusion. However, there are a couple of hurdles that need to be addressed, at least in the Peruvian context. The first one is that monopoly power. So traditional, one traditional Peruvian bank owns the largest digital wallet in Peru that covers 80% of all digital payments that I mentioned that tripled in the last period. And the other one is that there is a vertical integration in many of the largest actors in the payment sector. So those two obstacles or hurdles have been some elements that have either slowed down the interoperability ambitions of I would say the Peruvian Central Bank, but I think as an economy-wide, it's a good objective. And this is why, or at least it's one of the key drivers that led to the Peruvian Central Bank to enter into an MOU with MPCI from India to to deploy a similar public rail for instant payments, similar to UPI. So, as you may have, as you may imagine, so while financial inclusion might be the end goal of DPI in Peru, there are some very specific competition concerns that have been drivers for going to the next step from interoperability, mandatory interoperability, and then DPI.
Thank you. Well, my name is Fernanda Pizarro. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm a Chilean lawyer and specialize in technology in the payment industry. And I don't know if, well, probably you don't know, but in Chile, the governments in general are very, very enthusiastic to promote and support innovation, technology development, entrepreneurs, etc. But in terms of TPI, in my own opinion, we lack a lot of steps to be able to compare ourselves with India or Mexico or Brazil. So, and this is mostly because around at least 30 years ago, we have this monopoly, which is held by an enterprise named Transbank. Okay, so even though this is changing now, Transbank was the only operator in payment industry for several years. So what this means in the practical, this means that, for example, all the POS was owned by Transbank. And about digital payments, the most famous network of digital payments was owned by WebPay, which is an enterprise of Transbank. And even the ATMs, the network of the ATMs were owned by Redbank, which is an enterprise of Transbank. So this is what, this was great. I mean, we never actually put a question on it, but recently this changed, and this changed because of the pressure that the Court of Free Competition make. And nowadays, actually, and this is mostly recently, but nowadays we have several new regulations, like for example, the FinTech law. The FinTech law only have a year or maybe 2 years, and the main objective of the FinTech law is to promote the competitiveness, is to open the market. So now our reality is very unique, if you want to, because there are a lot of new challenges, there are a lot of new fintechs who actually are searching for this, to cope with this new market that is just opening, right? So thanks to all this pressure that the competition agency and the Free Competition Court put in not only in Transbank, but in the whole national market, now, for example, we have this sentence of the Supreme Court that mandates to not the interoperability, but to the commerce to accept all kind of cards. And maybe for you this is like basic, but for us, for example, until only 3 months ago, there were commerce that were able to reject you if you want to pay with a prepaid card. And of course, for you, it's like, why would you make that? Well, because if you are a commerce, you were obligated to accept the Transbank terms, right? And if you don't accept them, then you are not allowed to receive payments. So, but now, since the Supreme Court, all this pressure, all this monopolization, it starts to crumble down finally. And well, that's the beauty of the competitiveness, right? And the open the market. So we are evolving to be there. We want to be as far as you go, for example, but we are on our way yet.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to ask a follow-up question, if I may. I'd like to ask each of you about your opinions regarding immediate priorities to ensure that competition and inclusion are meaningfully incorporated into DPI policy and design. And relatedly, I'd like to ask you who you think should be involved and in which ways to ensure meaningful and diverse participation. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I've spoken at quite some length about competition yesterday and my issues with that ecosystem, so I'm not going to touch on that. Let me speak a little bit on what could be done better on the financial inclusion side. I think there what's really lacking is emphasis on measurement. So if you look at, the ecosystem, whenever we talk about, whether there's inclusion, we're only talking about aggregate numbers of number of people who are using it, number of transactions, and that's really, the target which people are seeming to aspire to. But really measurement has to go much deeper than that. We need to know, what is the demographic distribution of these users. We need to know what are the failure rates in the transactions, what are the causes of those failures, what is happening on redress, what are the outcomes out of this financial use. So broadening that question of, what are we measuring when we talk about financial inclusion. And here I just want to draw upon the work of economist Susan Thomas from India, and we have actually an upcoming Interledger podcast episode with her, which I would encourage everyone to listen into. She's great. But she has worked with some colleagues on this question of measurement, and they divide this into, looking at the inputs, the outputs, and the outcomes, right? The inputs is, do people have a bank account? The output is, are they using it? How often are they using it? And the outcome is that what is the impact on well-being out of all of this, right? Because that's really the end goal of financial inclusion. It has to improve your life in some way. It's not just, it's a means to an end, but the end is well-being. And on how to involve stakeholders, I think there's lots to be done domestically, but I think since you spoke about the UN initiative, and how the UN is working towards safeguards in the DPI ecosystem, I think the conversation is going great, but where it is at right now is that there are a set of principles that have been articulated, but there isn't really too much thought on, how do we monitor that countries are actually implementing these principles, right? That's largely left up to the countries or to stakeholders within those countries. And I want to move this idea of, mutual evaluation. So we see this in some other contexts, things like, the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, which is the global body for anti-money laundering compliance. They have this mechanism that every few years the members would get together and review another country, right? So say all of these countries get together and review India's DPI and say, is it really inclusive? Is it pro-competition? Is it offering redress? So all of these parameters which everyone has agreed to at a high level, are those really being implemented as per, the peer review of the other countries who are also adopting DPI? I think in the medium to long term, that's the direction in which we need to be going.
So thanks, Anna, for the question. That's an important one. So I think first we need to understand financial inclusion maybe as part of a broader concept, which is financial citizenship. So if you are included, but you don't know how to use, the instruments, you're not necessarily part of the ecosystem, and you are not an active part of the ecosystem. So I like to use this term and link to an initiative that was done by the central bank in Brazil, which was based, interestingly, on a collective fund that is fed by the sanctions, the fines that are made of competition infringements. So when you have a competition infringement, there's a fine imposed by the authority. It will be put into this fund, and then there's a committee that decides over how these funds can be used, and people can apply and suggest a project. And so one of the projects that was carried forward by the central bank was about, it's a program called Learn Value, which is about financial education. So I think this is essential for people to be able to participate, and this also has ripple effects, not just on the consumers individually, but also has impact on the ability of consumers association to participate in the governance setting, in the agenda setting over the regulatory policies. So right now, the PICS has a forum that allows the participation of also consumer association, but these are invited by the regulator, by the central bank, and there is no duty to involve them. There is also no mandatory consideration of the inputs that are given in this forum, so it's just a consultative forum. And I think what we would need to do to move forward, and in line with the idea of DPIs being public because they are being put into a public use, they have a democratic governance, not just because they are owned by the public sector. We have seen that in many examples, DPIs, in fact, they are not public in the sense of ownership. But what we will need is a more participatory and democratic way to decide over the use of DPI. So there is a criticism that the central bank is not only the regulator, is also the operator of the platform, and having these two roles can lead to a conflict of interest because you have access to a lot of data about the transactions, and on the basis of that you can develop products that other payment mechanisms are not anticipating. They're not able to get the same nuanced view about the financial system. So I think one measure that I would suggest as a way forward is develop more participatory governance mechanisms, and not only in terms of participation, but also in terms of what you were saying, like accountability mechanisms. You need these forums to make sure that we can bring the regulators to the task, or these committees to the task and say, has it been effective at delivering the objective that you declared? And there, of course, you might have some tension still between inclusion and competition, but at least they are dealt with in a transparent manner. And I think the priority when we are talking about a financial DPI should be on the regulator, the central bank, having priority over the competition regulator, but this doesn't prevent a dialogue. So there should be a mechanism to consult the competition agency, for example, about the competitive impact of some of the measures, as I was saying before. And also, this will lead to a more informed view by the competition authority when they are enforcing competition law. If they are more holistic understanding, not just focused on efficiency, but understanding that inclusion is one of the dimensions on which consumers want to choose different products, that can be something that the regulator pushes, by learning from this dialogue with the financial regulator.
I wish I could give my time to Nicolo and Smriti to keep talking about their experience, because many of the concerns that they have addressed are similar to the one that I feel it's being discussed in Peru, even though we are at a very early stage of the deployment of a DPI. But let's take into account that for a country that it's about to implement a DPI for immediate payments, it might be troubling to know that this infrastructure is going to be owned, operated, and regulated by the same entity. Even though even if it's a great entity with great reputation, in the case of Peru, the head of the board of directors of the Peruvian Central Bank has been in the same position for 20 years. It has more stability than any other Peruvian in his work or her workplace. So even though it's well regarded, it's respected, there are some basic concerns, and just to make sure that everybody follows on this issue. From a competition law perspective, there are some basic rules or principles that all people would accept as a general rule. There's the general rule of freedom of contract. There's the general rule of free prices, or that the fees are not regulated unless you are in the situation of a natural monopoly, and you can get access to people's information provided that you get consent from them. But when deploying a DPI, there might be some exceptions to that rule. For instance, you have to address whether the interconnection to that public rail is going to be voluntary or mandatory. And if it's going to be mandatory, what's the threshold for making it mandatory? You have to also address the issue of fees. For instance, are we going to follow India's example of forbidding the merchant discount rate, or are we going to put a fee, or it's going to be free? And in the case, if it's free, who is going to bear the costs that associated to the processing of those transactions? And who is going to get access, who is going to manage the directory of end users with the alias and the identification of the end users of the platform, and can a private service provider get access to that information or not? So these are very important questions that need to be addressed at the outset. And as Nicola mentioned, for predictability purposes, you could establish a specific regulation and say, okay, here the priority might be to get to financial inclusion even over some like general competition law principles. And probably you would get that in that context that central bank's decisions trump competition law enforcement by the competition authorities, or at least the competition authorities have to take into account those specific regulations. And I feel that could be the case, but we need predictability in a way that we know in advance what are the rules and what might be the repercussions of that specific set of determinations. So I think that competition and financial inclusion might be at conflict, or at least in tension in some ways, but that tension could be a little bit, we can address correctly if there are some specific regulations regarding those issues that, as we know, at least we can take advantage as a country, that have already been discussed and addressed in other countries that have already deployed DPIs.
Thank you, Andres. And I think it's fascinating what you guys have talking about, because since in my country for the last 30 years there were only a monopoly, actually we love the free competition. We want to be more competitors in our markets. And that's what I think, in order to integrate more competitors and in order to make a DPI with really inclusion aspects, actually I do think that the policy and the design of that policy has to be a priority for our regulators. For me, the competition law or the free competition court is not against the new type of policy we have to be with a financial inclusion, right? Actually, that's how because we are now regulated, that's why now we don't have that monopoly of Transbank, or not that rough again, at least. So I think the regulator have to be proactive in public or citizen consultancy. I do think that people need to be heard, because especially in Chile, where there is no interoperability, and there is not that much inclusion since we have that monopoly. To hurt people means to include them, right, in the design of the municipal policy. And I'm very pleased because Chile have made great efforts in the past 2 years, and actually the CMF, which is the agency of the, not inclusion, but the payment industry, in very short time take a lot of advantages in the regulation. Only, for example, just an example, only 2 days ago, I mean, we all were here 2 days ago, the Financial Market Commission, the CMF, which is this agency, opened a public consultation on the new regulation about fintech information system. And this is an openness of the information system in fintech, right? And this allows to all the stakeholders, to all the citizens who actually has an interest to contribute with their perspective. And this promote both competition and inclusion. And this is vital because things in Chile are happening, and not happening now. Not yesterday, not 2 years ago, not 10 years ago, it's now. So there's so much to do. We need people to know who is doing, and the beautiful of everything is that the agency knows this. They know that they need this perspective in order to make a really regulation that doesn't close the market again, right? So they actually, if you were able to go to another summit in Chile and listen to their regulators, they say, we don't know how the market's supposed to be in other countries, right? So we need your perspective. And since we don't know, we make this citizens consultation. So I guess, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's essential to any DPI policies, not only in Chile, to be very focused on interoperability, on inclusion, and open access, of course. And this will lead us to the regulators that have to be attentive of the stakeholders and their needs, right, to design a really inclusive regulation and DPI.
Thank you so much for all of those really thoughtful answers. We have a few moments left in case there are any questions from the audience. Nothing at the moment. I guess I can ask the panelists if you have any follow-up comments that you would like to make. I know we were adhering to quite a strict time frame, so I'm sure there might be some additional comments you might like to make. Nicolo, I see you picking up the microphone.
Yes, because I feel like I haven't answered fully your second question, because you also asked who should participate.
Brilliant,
and I
thank
think,
you.
I mean, this aspect about the consultation, opening broadly to the inputs of many people is important. But currently, what's the governance framework that we have in Brazil is, in these forums, the participation is limited to the institutions that participate in PICs, so the banks. It's of the infrastructure the IT infrastructure providers, then payers and receivers. So there is somebody that will be invited by the regulator, but we don't know. There's a lot of discretion on who ultimately will attend. And I think, so who is missing in this is the consumer representation. And it's very similar in the context of open finance. Open finance has a governance framework where mainly they have some ministers, some representatives from the regulators, and fintechs, which makes sense. I mean, they are those that should be involved, definitely, but what is missing is more representation of the consumers directly. And I think, again, I want to emphasize this is an essential point to stimulate more participation by, first of all, having a basic education. This program that the central bank did provided education at the school level, but also more advanced educational trainings. And then we should make sure that consumers are steered towards making more active use of the financial system. So I was saying, maybe inclusion is the first goal, to bring them to have a bank account, but then they also need to know all the options, all the credit mechanisms that are available, the portability, and what the system can do. And also, again, open banking gives a good lesson. It can send notification to consumers. As part of the open banking in the UK, one of the measures was that the banks were required to push out notifications saying, you can switch accounts easily, these are the instructions, and you could compare in an open data setting the conditions that you would get by one provider and another. So again, we can put more trust in the ability of consumers to choose only if we give them the basic framework, the basic setting that enables them to make an informed choice. So I think that was important to highlight.
Thank you so much. Andres?
Yes, if I can add up to what Nicolo said, I think the consumers' participation in the governance of the systems, specifically in DPI, is so important because as we have seen in many of the panels and talks, user experience, it's vital to the effectiveness and the scale of the solutions. So, for instance, if we follow the example of PICs, when I think that every payment system has to have the same how do you say it? Yeah, the same platform, like you would get from the user experience, the same screen in your in your device. How do you make sure that it's not outdated, or it's not useful, or it's not preventing some new features that could be developed after a while? So you need consumers associations, civil society, making their voice heard so it can evolve. Also, I believe that the participation of private payment service providers, not only the current ones, but the new ones that may come into the market in the future, is also necessary, because you have the natural incentives for the incumbents and for the provider of the DPI to not be as receptive to newcomers. So this is something that needs to be taken into account, because maybe the success of some DPIs now in the world could lead to some stagnation, to some idea that nothing else needs to be addressed.
So just to add a little bit of my own. In the former panels, I heard a lot that there is the need of, for example, integrate more women, or maybe another experiences of different, not only engineers, but also lawyers and designers, etc. So that's the variety, right? And that's the inclusion. So I guess what I want to say is that since in Chile this is happening now, all of you, all of us are well invited, and we will be super excited to welcome you as part of this change, right? Because this is now. So the history in my country, at least in this area, is being written right now. So all of you can just visit, and all of you can just make a value report in all these extents. Everything will be new there, because we are at the very beginning on those paths, right? Maybe we have the intention, the government are very excited too, governments in general, not this one. We have the technology, so the only what's left is the people, right? Who make it real. And if this is the diversity, that's why I love to be here. This is an open invitation for all of you for contribute to my country, and of course,
if you invite me, I go.
Come to Chile.
Let's all go to Chile, please.
One last comment that I had, I don't know if we'll have time for you to respond, but I'd love to hear your thoughts, is in the discussion about inclusion, something that didn't get a lot of attention, at least in this conversation. I know it has in other conversations I've had with each of you, but the digital divide. Like, for example, I know in Brazil, the same 70% of the population that's using Pix is the same 70% that has access to the internet and devices. So I'm curious, in the remaining 30 seconds, if anybody has any thoughts about what can we do, what should we be doing, like, to balance, I don't know, the right to be online, the right to be offline. How do we, if we're so committed to financial inclusion and it's being done through digital infrastructure, do you have any thoughts about priorities in that, from that perspective?
13 seconds, that's a tough
Saved
one.
by the bell.
I think it should, so digital public infrastructure should not be the only means by which the population receives financial benefits. So, for example, during the pandemic, there was a subsidy that was given to the population, and this required them to make an account. Many people made an account even without leaving their homes. Basically, they make digital payments much more common. But at the same time, there are those that are maybe less comfortable with using digital technologies, that would want to go to the bank, they want to interact with a human. So there was some movement of people that said, no, but you need to make it possible for us also to receive the benefits without having to force us to use digital account. And I think this comes back in many cases of digital public infrastructure. And we shouldn't forget that the digital is one interface, but there is always a physical infrastructure. In fact, I would say, just to conclude with some provoking thoughts, that DPI, each of the three elements is quite controversial because maybe the digital, it's clear that it is digital, but there is always a physical part behind. Public, we have seen, it's very ambiguous, very often it's not public. And what is infrastructure? I mean, that's the challenge. How we define in the future also what is an infrastructure that the state needs to provide for people to have a full enjoyment of their rights and freedoms in a digital age. I think this is an area for opportunity with a lot of research. So it's good for us in a way, and for lawyers to debate over these terms. So I think we can close with that optimistic view.
Thank you so much. It sounds like a great topic for a future panel.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you so much to the organizers. And thanks for indulging us and letting us go a couple of minutes late since we were a bit late starting. So thanks. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Okay, so allow me to take this opportunity to thank Hannah and team for such insightful discussion on DPIs in various countries. And I think at this point we have a panel discussion, and this is, I'd say, one of the most promoted sessions today. It was mentioned in 2 previous panel discussions that is happening today. And this is the session with Here to Support, focusing on how we support undocumented persons to enable financial inclusion. So I'm going to invite Malou, Savannah, and team.
Hello. Hello.
Maybe they now think like this is an impossible problem to solve. We don't know. I just researched less than 1% analysis on banks, and it's very less than 1%. Close to.
Honor to be able to bring this panel to you. I am Xiaoji. I am a past grantee of Interledger Foundation with a Future Money Art and Culture grant, and it's an absolute pleasure for you, for us, to come here and invite all this diverse perspective into the room to talk about financial inclusion for undocumented communities from strategies to practices. So, undocumented communities such as refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants often face significant barriers in accessing digital financial services involuntarily. Fundamental rights of undocumented community can be very easily overlooked in terms of political uncertainty and limited resources. And some of their legit financial rights are often not recognized or even understood. However, it's incredibly crucial for their economic integration and empowerment. And today we are here together to try to answer the questions, what strategies can be leveraged to advance the financial inclusion for those underrepresented community, and which coalitions should we build, what kind of technologies are needed, and what movements should we connect to. So I guess it's clear that the question we are asking today is not a technical one, and it's also not a regulatory one. It's a one about community. And together we are here with people from diverse and overlapping communities and who work with diverse communities, and through those community processes, form strong coalitions to advance the financial inclusion for undocumented communities. They're experienced practitioners in their own fields. Together, they'll bring us insights from their communities, the communities they're working with, different cases, different lessons, and also discuss how can we go from community to a form coalition. So, I guess I'll start with a quick introduction of each of the panelists and leave it for you all to introduce yourself. So we have here Eunice Diaz's community organizer of Here to Support and Migrante. And we have Savannah Cullen, the co-director of Here to Support. And then we have Sarah Habib, fintech strategist from London. And then we have Malo Lindmeyer, co-director of Here to Support. And Here to Support is a current grantee of Interledger Foundation working on increasing digital financial inclusion for refugees and undocumented migrants in the Netherlands, together with the VAC Future Lab and with the support of municipality of Amsterdam. So the floor is yours. Could you please briefly introduce your work and experience with financial inclusion, particularly how it relates to undocumented communities and migrants, and what communities that you're a part of and you have been working with?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Eunice Diaz, and I've been working in the community as an organizer for 10 years now. And most of the times I'm working with undocumented, displaced people, refugees. I am a researcher and as well as a chairperson of Filipino undocumented migrants.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Savannah Cullen,
I'm the founder of Here to Support. I founded Here to Support 11 years ago. I'm working with undocumented communities since then. We founded Here to Support because there are many charity organizations around displaced people, but there are not many organizations that are focused on system change. So one of the key elements that we try to bring forward is to make undocumented people part of solution making, because there's a lot of talking about undocumented migrants, but they are not most of the time invited at the table, also not by organizations that should do this. So our strategy in that is to make undocumented people as visible and as heard as much in society as possible. Yeah, next to Here to Support, I'm an activist, and I also worked for the Green Party, so I love campaigning. So.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah Habib. I'm from London. I'm a fintech strategist, and in my day job, I bring together user research and product strategy to really build out new and renew fintech components. I specialize in an area called Fintech for Good, is what I call it, which is basically smoothing out the headaches for everyday people. And within that, I like to focus in building out new products and services for people, communities that are marginalized. I've worked with people that are partially sighted, people with Alzheimer's, and also undocumented and refugees, just trying to build out products that really help them in their day-to-day lives.
Hi, my name is Malou. I'm the other co-director of Here to Support. I can give some examples on what Here to Support is doing. For example, this year or also last year, we addressed the fact that undocumented people do not have the right to vote. And of course, policymakers make a lot of policy which affects their daily life, but they cannot address that by voting. So we made an alternative voting booth where people who are not, who don't have the right to vote, could vote and wrote down their the things that they wanted to change. And I think one of the biggest thing that came out was the access to banking. So that's why we're working on now.
Thank you so much. Maybe then I'm gonna turn to Savannah, ask a little bit more about, you have already mentioned that you, as Here to Support, you guys are trying to really put visibility of the migrants, refugees, undocumented people. Can you give us maybe more insights about like, not only working with them, but how did you get into the ideas and get involved in not only supporting them, but also supporting them specifically on digital financial inclusion? And also why that this is a topic that sometimes can be hard for civil society actors to tackle. That's my experiences that I've seen a lot in Germany and also in Netherlands and generally in Europe. It's not a very often discussed topic for civil society.
So the Here to Support office in Amsterdam functions as a community center. We have on different times in the week different groups of undocumented people that use our space. So there is an LGBT group, there is a youth group, and there is self-organizations that have the key to our office and use our office as a place to meet. And we listen to their needs a lot. Like every day they walk in with. We also have a support desk, so people walk in with questions themselves. We try to, we see that not having a bank account in the Netherlands or having access to a card it's almost impossible to survive. And actually, for example, you cannot get a public transport ticket anymore with cash money. There is only one place in the city, and that's the central station, where you can load a card, load some cash on a card. But if you are somewhere in the city and you don't have a bank card, then it's impossible to get around in public transport. And I think that's like the example where you see where you see that the gap between people who have a bank account and the gap between people who don't have a bank account grows and grows and grows. And since COVID, it got even worse. Like even some supermarkets don't accept cash anymore. So we see this need every single day. So this is why actually it is something that is on the forefront of our agenda as an organization. And other civil society organizations are troubled by the same problem, but the solutions they try to find are very different than our solutions. So what you see around us is that a lot of NGOs and charity organizations are, for example, giving vouchers for people that they can buy tickets, that they can buy, that they can go to the grocery shop. So these, I think, are band-aid solutions. It's like helping somebody to get out of a very shitty situation, but it doesn't solve the problem that they don't have a bank account. In the Netherlands, less than 1% is unbanked. So if you walk around in the city, if you want to do things, then you need a bank account. So we are trying to go for where can we make a system change in this to find a solution.
Thank you so much for bringing both the context of the Netherlands. I also realize Netherlands is a very particular case of being a very digitalized country. On the other hand, maybe I want to turn to Eunice and ask you a little bit that, as a community organizer, also as an activist, what do you feel about a lot of those existing solutions? I think Savannah already mentioned, and also on your side, what do you see as a significant barriers that prevents people from accessing basic digital rights and financial rights?
Thank you, Chelsea. Before I will answer your questions, I just want to visualize one experience in addition to what Savannah said. I was in the tram and there's a 14-year-old who wants to go to school, but he doesn't have bank account and he is undocumented, a Brazilian undocumented. The conductor wants him out because the conductor doesn't want to accept the cash, but he insists that he only wants to go to school and there. So there's no bank accounts, and the conductor said, "We will not move until you go out of this tram." That's dehumanizing. Okay, to answer your questions, in my experience as a community organizer, the most significant barriers faced by refugees and migrants in accessing the digital financial services revolve around legal and institutional frameworks, as well as systemic gaps in policy. I've seen the systemic exclusions of refugees and undocumented migrants from digital financial services. The root of it lies in identifications requirements by the anti-money laundering laws. And these laws are weaponized to deny access to basic banking services, demanding formal documents that most undocumented individuals simply do not have one. For example, in the Netherlands, there's a law, the Koppelingswet, that we always mention, the Linkage Act, is another tool of oppressions linking vital services to residency status. This law systematically excludes undocumented migrants from basic financial services, pushing them into informal and exploitative pathways or channels. It's a deliberate act of erasure that treats individuals as if they do not exist, denying them even the most basic dignity and rights. There's been a lack of government response to these challenges, and while financial services are becoming rapidly digitizing, policymakers have not created alternative pathways to for migrants to access financial services like banking. Accepting different forms of identifications or exploring digital IDs, this oversight widens the digital divide. On an international EU-wide regulations, including IML, frameworks often follow a one-size-fits-all approach without considering the situations on the grounds of the undocumented and migrants community. The focus on security and border controls has deepened financial exclusions for those without formal identifications or residency status. What's not addressed enough? I think the demand for real solutions, community-based identification systems or digital IDs, or that allowing access to financial services without criminalizing the status. Financial services are not just about transactions or economic, they are about survival and integrations. The current approach prioritizes security over human dignity, excluding the entire community of undocumented migrants to basic services that are needed to be humane.
Thank you so much for bringing such important, also critical perspective, both of you two, from the existing solution and the problems that can exist in the existing solution to the possibility of digital identification system and alternative identification system. I wonder how you, Sarah, would think about that as someone with a fintech background, not really in the Netherlands ecosystem, but maybe you have some experiences, I know, from the UK's and also the general in the European context. What kind of solutions already exist? And also from a fintech perspective, what do you think are existing? What kind of roles can fintech play in supporting refugees and migrants in accessing those services? And also, if you have some comments or thoughts to add with regard to what they just discussed from a civil society perspective.
Definitely, thank you. So first of all, fintechs can move a lot faster than incumbents, so old banks. They're able to move at a much faster speed, and when they move forward, they leave a gap that banks can fill, generally months or years later. And from my perspective, what I've seen, what fintechs feel a great role in is the changing of policy and understanding of culture. So, the two main examples here are Bunk and Bloom. So Bunk is a fintech from the Netherlands, but Bloom is a fintech from London. It's a community banking fintech. It's basically understood that, people save and spend money in different ways. Culture has money. And what they've done is they've digitized the way that communities save money. They've digitized village and community spending, which we've spoken a lot about. So really understanding how the different cultures can be used, but also when it goes back to Bunk, what they did with the Ukrainian refugees and the policy that they did was really understand the needs of the individual. So what you guys were just talking about of, the systemic changes, what Bunk did was prove that that can happen, that change can happen, but only when there's a political will and the need for it. So what Bunk did was, with the Ukrainian invasion in Ukrainian war in 2022, there was lots of Ukrainian refugees fleeing to Europe. And normally when you want to set up a new bank, you need EU ID. Without that, you can't set up a bank. What Bunk did, I think within 24 hours, was allow people to set up a bank with their Ukrainian ID. Understanding that, you want to create a lifeline for people, you want to help people, and also understanding there is a little bit of wiggle room to allow people to build their lives, rebuild their lives, and, find a middle ground between KYC and helping people. And that's what Bunk did. And with Bloom, I maybe go into in more detail in a bit, but they're understanding culture. And for me, that's what a fintech can do, understand culture of people and change policy to help people as well.
Thank you so much. I want to maybe turn to Malo on this because you just mentioned also a Dutch company and also the situation with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Ukrainian refugees and the access they currently have and the lessons we can learn from them. I guess it makes sense that it's impossible to not discuss or not to think about the political conditions and the landscape when we talk about a topic such as undocumented people, undocumented communities. And I wonder that for Malo, as on the operational level, as a co-director of Here to Support, what was your thoughts on that? How is the current condition for you guys in doing your work? And how has the condition of migration policy and the current climate change? And how has it influenced the chance of advancing digital financial inclusion for them?
Yeah, so thanks for asking that. It's not it's a difficult question because we have a quite a difficult political situation now in the Netherlands, but also all over Europe. So we have for years and years and years a really anti-migration rhetoric pushed by politics and pushed by the media. And this led to policymakers who make policy around migration worse and worse for people who actually migrate. So for asylum seekers, but people who migrate from countries without safe corridors to Europe. That's on a national level. So on a national level, we had, I think November last year, we had elections and the really far-right party won. So now we have a coalition of very far-right politicians who really want to have as the least, really not a lot of asylum seekers in the Netherlands. And of course that changed our situation. But on the other level, or on the other hand, we have, and this is a situation all of Europe, we have cities and we have national government. And people migrate into cities and live in the cities, work in the cities, contribute to city lives. And we see that in all of Europe, people who live in cities and have the right to vote have a tendency to vote progressive, which is a different thing than the tendency to vote for right. So we are having two political situations, like a national situation where we can not do a lot. But in local government, we operating in the city of Amsterdam. We also work with the city of Utrecht and other cities in the Netherlands. The local governments they know that a lot of migrants and also undocumented migrants live in their city. For example, in Amsterdam, the estimation of how many undocumented people live there is around 50,000. We're not for sure because they're not registered, but so you have numbers. The city of Amsterdam knows that they also need to take care of them. And they have the support of their citizens because they vote progressive, and the situation of undocumented people is very much on the agenda, also very visible. So in Amsterdam there is a support from the locals who live there, who have a passport, and the local government to change the situation. So that there is an opening there. We are not at the national government. I think that's a bit of the answer I can give.
Thank you so much. Maybe then I want to also maybe follow up with Sarah, because you have already discussed a bit on the coalition you're building. And maybe, Sarah, do you want to maybe continue to elaborate a little bit on what kind of coalitions in the fintech ecosystems that you're in you think need to be built to address a situation and condition like this?
Yeah, definitely. So from a fintech perspective, coalitions are partnerships. So if you're building a fintech and you want to build products and services for them, it's not economically feasible for you to build all those products and services. So you partner with different organizations, building out your coalition to service your customers' needs. Again, Bloom is a great example of this. Bloom Money, based in London. What they've done is they've built a bank for refugees, immigrants, so they can save money as part of a community, much aligned with their community and their culture back home. And within that, they've built out accessible banking, but they've also built out remittance services, they've built out financial education, they've partnered with people for financial education. So really understanding all the different partnerships and coalitions that are needed to help these people at different stages of their journey. And really to go a lot deeper, what they can do next is understand the refugees' journey. So they come, they're in survival mode, and then they go into permanence. And so what are the different tools they need during those stages? What are the different coalitions and collaborations that are needed to fulfill the needs they have at these very different stages of their life once they're a refugee?
Thank you so much. Maybe then, Savannah, maybe I want to ask you, as a civil society organization, how important is coalition building for innovation, in your view? And has the coalition you built been able to address some of the challenges you mentioned before? And maybe if you want to also further elaborate a bit on the current collaboration that Malo just mentioned a little bit and the current research Here to Support is doing.
Yeah, I think coalitions are super important, starting within Here to Support. We try to build coalitions between undocumented migrant communities. I mean, that's already a work in itself, to make sure that we understand each other's struggles and that we understand how we can stand next to one another, so that it's like a solid coalition within the city of Amsterdam. And then in order to make change and to have this systemic change, yeah, I already said, like, we need some kind of hackers mentality where we have to hack the system. And I wish I could be a minister and give out social security numbers and change migration status, but that's very important, very difficult to do, impossible. So we have to hack the system in a different way. And I think working together with, for example, WAG. WAG is a Amsterdam-based institution working on technology, but also on social justice and democratic sphere. And they have the knowledge that we need to understand, for example, the ILP protocol and to really bridge the in language, but also in like in social thinking. Like, if we want to create a new system, how should this system look like? And definitely make undocumented people of all the communities part of this social thinking. So I really feel that they get all the space to be part of this project. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really like what you said about hacking the system. Hackathons, which usually last very short, but we are hacking in the long term, and that's what we aim for when we talk about system change. So maybe let me turn to Eunice and ask you, maybe as a community organizer, what kind of coalition building you think is sustainable for the community, and how can we hack the system in the long term?
Of course, we need everyone involved, community groups, policymakers. I am part of the sounding board for the City Council of Amsterdam, and our job is to advise the City Council on policy they make for the undocumented people. And as part of the coalitions of Here to Support, I'm bringing that voices of the organizations to the City Council of Amsterdam. And that's important. Of course, the tech people, we need you to make it materialize. Otherwise, it will be just talks, blah, blah, blah. And of course, the regular communications and the trust. How are we going to build the trust? That's the most important thing. For me, trust built in a phrases of we must not treat the undocumented community as a client. They are experts on their situations, and we are students. Learning from them and echo what we learned, and the results of our echoes should serve their interest. For me, that's how the coalition will sustain.
Wow, thank you so much. This is so moving, and I really agree with you, with what you said. Maybe then, Malo, do you want to, I want to ask you maybe more on the operational level, like what strategies have you leveraged in building your current coalitions and in making sure that the interests of the undocumented community and the expertise of the undocumented communities are heard in such process?
Yes, I'm afraid I have to make it a bit political again. Sorry. So, in the Netherlands, we tend to work a bit on our own little islands. And that's a bit because of how the financial system works in the Netherlands. So a lot of NGOs are funded by the government or the local government because they're a bit seen as executors of the policy. So there are not a lot of NGOs who are not dependent on the government. So that, and the government really sees it as, okay, you work with undocumented people, you work with people in asylum procedure, those are two little islands there, and you work with people who have their permits and need to integrate in the society. So those are three different levels, but yeah, that's a bit weird. But it's how the funding works. And it's quite hard to get out of that systems. So normally we work with only people who work with undocumented people. So the solutions we make with each other to make sure that they have a better life is always a bit in this banded solution, what Savannah said before. Like we talk with other undocumented organizations and then we find out you can have a card where you can where the municipality gives you 100 euros a month, for example, and that card you can use only in the supermarket to buy food. You cannot go clubbing or go to the liquor store or whatever. It's really restricted. We don't go cross-sectoral in finding solutions, and with Heard Support we try to do that. So, and that's, I think this is a bit of an important question on the strategy of building coalitions. We always try to find whether it's the art sector, whether it's the tech sector, and also important whether we have to go to private funding who are not in this administration bureaucratic finance situation, but we always look for funders who share our mission. And I think in this strategy, we go cross-sectoral right now with WAG. We need to have a tech party because we don't understand tech. I tried this weekend. I think I'm pretty far, but no, I'm still not sure what an ILP is. Kidding. So we, and in that coalition which we built with also with the local government, with the municipality of Amsterdam, with the advisory board of Amsterdam, with private funders, with tech parties, with us, we think it's our role as Here to Support that also the voices of the migrants we do this for are with us at the table. And I think this is a bit of the strategy we try to do for this, to have a sustainable solution, and to have that this coalition is strong, and strong means sustainable, I think.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you guys would like to, from Here to Support, if you folks want to elaborate a little bit on the research that you're currently doing with the coalitions that you're currently building. What kind of research are you currently advancing? What questions, challenges you're still encountering? And is there any things that you would like support from anyone from the ecosystem? Any of the, bless you.
I'm sorry, my allergies is kicking in, so.
Shall I start? So part of the solutions that we are researching is creating our own registration system. And we are really at the beginning of our research, so we have more questions than answers at the moment, so we are really like researching a lot of different angles. What we have been doing is looking at municipal ID cards in the US, because there is a system already of some years where even doesn't matter what your migration status is, the cities, the municipalities will give out cards and recognize your ID, despite of what the national government is saying. So you can be a New Yorker and have a New York City ID, but maybe you're not a US citizen. So we are looking at this registration systems, like how are they built up, what kind of matrix are they using, and we are currently kind of like changing that to the Dutch situation, like what kind of documents do people have. And we found out, like, this is the funny word that I used today, many people are underdocumented but not undocumented. So many people have documents that can prove their identity, but they are just a little bit too underdocumented to have. Yeah, so we are looking at this matrix, like how can we add all these proof that people have into the matrix, and part of it's community vouching. So some people, undocumented people, I already know for 12 years, and I see them every day. I can vouch for this person that he lives in Amsterdam, and he is really who he says he is, and he goes to the hospital every single week, and we have records of that. So there is a lot of things that we can use to build our own registration system. So this is, and then with Waag, we are looking at building a wallet, and we are going to check if the registration system that we have been building, if that can be compatible to the wallet, and make digital payments possible within this wallet.
Malu, do you want to continue?
Yeah, also to answer the question on what we maybe need, because we are very much in the research. I attend quite a lot of meetings this weekend, and I love the idea that in a lot of countries, African countries, there's a lot of investing in having people having a digital wallet, because, and it's mentioned a lot of people from the diaspora supporting people in, for example, African countries, but also in the Philippines, in Brazil, but that's do it local here now. And indeed, one of the biggest needs of the people we see fleeing from African countries is to support their families, but they cannot right now because they don't have a bank. So we were really focused the last couple of months on having the basic needs living in the Netherlands, like indeed buying your food, go by the metro, etc. But one of the biggest needs is indeed sending payments, cross-border payments to their families. And I think this is a bit of what we need from the Interledger network, is to think along on how we can also improve that with a digital wallet.
Thank you so much. Maybe let me turn into Eunice and Sarah to ask you, also build upon what have just been discussed on the research that Here to Support is currently doing. How can we ensure the kind of solutions you're working on, the financial inclusion policies and technologies for undocumented communities, are not only sustainable, but also potentially scalable? In your view and your insights from your communities, what could be the next steps for policy practitioners and technologists in the Interledger ecosystem if they want to join your coalition to support in protecting the financial and digital rights of undocumented communities?
Looking ahead, advancing digital financial inclusions for refugees and undocumented migrants will require innovative supports. Solutions like digital IDs and, like what my colleagues in Here to Support said, community-based ID system. This can provide secure alternatives for those lacking traditional documents, allowing access to essential financial services. Policy changes should focus on adopting inclusive anti-money laundering regulations that recognize these alternative forms of identifications and reduce systemic exclusion. The Interledger ecosystem can play a crucial role here by enabling low-cost, secure, and borderless payments. Its open protocol allows for seamless transactions, like my colleague Malu said. They're always sending remittances to their families. It's seamless transactions across diverse financial networks, helping undocumented communities send and receive money without needing traditional bank accounts. The infrastructure supports financial autonomy that can break down barriers, advancing the fundamental rights of undocumented individuals to participate in the economy with dignity and security.
Thank you.
Definitely, and I just want to echo what was previously been said about the need of building with the community and seeing them as a community and not clients. So from my perspective, to build out something that's usable and fantastic is to go deep in your user research and to go really deep in understanding who you're working with and build it out with the user research methodology. So it's not about understanding how they want to pay, it's about understanding their whole lives, understanding that it's not about sending money, it's about stability, it's about intergenerational wealth, it's about caring for their home, it's about loving and giving back to their community. So it's about going really deep and understanding that, and like you said, echoing that voice and always echoing that voice throughout, even when you're talking to policymakers, technologists, you are that voice of the community and the person, and never ever forgetting that voice, because they don't have one, so you have to be it for them.
Thank you so much. So we have very short time left, so maybe it's a time to open the stage for some questions, comments, thoughts from the audience. I see one over here. Thank you.
Hello. I think the work that you're doing is great. My question is, how can we help you? Because if I think about the problem that you're trying to solve has so many facets, but at the root of it, you have an identification problem. You have a credibility of identification problem. There's an open source product called MOSIP, which helps governments establish identification systems within their ecosystems, and that might give you some technology that you can use. But it almost sounds like the scope of your problem completely blows my mind. How is it possible that somebody could be an undocumented migrant in a country for 12 years? Surely there's a process somewhere in that country that should be able to pick that up. I cannot wrap my head around the fact that that is a problem that persists for so long. So how can we help you with what we have to offer?
How can we help? Yeah, I think part of our work is also to solve the individual needs for people to get documents, like to get into documentation. I mean, that's also part of our work. Like, we know people who are already 41 year undocumented in our country. So this is really crazy, and I think part of the solutions that we've tried to find as an organization is also in that area. But I also believe that there will always be displaced people. There will always be people that arrive and are underdocumented to get a bank account. And I think that's what we are trying to solve here. So I don't think we can change the part that there will always be undocumented people in a country. Maybe anyone else have?
Yeah, I think this question for help is like having a technical solution which might solve the solution we try to find with this identity. Yes, that is a good thing to talk about, because we don't know yet. But also, help is also indeed maybe listen to us here on this panel, because we found out last year in Costa Rica Summit that we also had a talk, and I think people are not really aware of this exclusion in the Netherlands, and to create awareness on what's happening in the Netherlands. Someone said in one session, I wrote it down. Accepted exclusion, and I think we in the Netherlands really accepted that undocumented migrants are excluded because it's your own fault. While you're here, you just go back to your own country is actually the narrative from media and politicians. And I think for us telling the story to you, and you're asking the question, how can we help, is maybe all going to a place where we can have more advocacy, more awareness around this theme. So thank you for asking and be here.
I was going to say, since we spoke, apologies to everybody else, we spoke at lunchtime. I've reached out to the FinTech founders in the UK. We've got 3 more examples in addition to Nina and Bloom. And she was shocked you mentioned her, so she says thank you. So quite happy to reach out to you guys. I know too many people is the problem. So I've got the Chief Compliance Officer of Pocket. He's also basically created a solution for monies. They're going to, that allows undocumented migrants in the UK, same problem. It was shocking to find out it exists as well. So thank you for raising it. We'll talk afterwards, but I've got about 5 or 6 different options to help give you solutions. Pocket has a prepaid card which addresses your part. There's some things, I know the Netherlands very well, so quite happy to give you solutions and answers to a lot of the things, and we'll talk later. But
thank you so much for that.
No, no
like
worries.
any connection that you think, like we heard about MOSIP just now, so I think it's good to brainstorm and to among each other.
I think, yeah.
I was just going to say, with Bunk in Ukraine, it kind of highlighted what can be done and what can be done when people leverage their power. And so that highlights what should be done going forward, basically.
Yeah, maybe one more example. You can maybe elaborate on it. Like in the last 3 months ago, the municipality of Amsterdam gave out a social service number, which is cannot be used yet for other social services, but for the public transport for undocumented children. So all of a sudden, the municipality of Amsterdam can find a solution for undocumented children to give them a free public transport, which I think these are the things that give us hope. And like I think within the progressive Solidarity City, I think we really try to find the local solutions at the moment.
First, what can you do to help us to solve this problem? I think there is no solution right now, but you sitting there listening to us is you helping us to echo this problem. Probably it will result one day in an international law that will pressure the national government of Europe to implement this digital identification system. Second, I don't think that solutions is always be with the host country, which is, for example, Europe or South Africa. The solution is back home. If there is an economic war and it was not addressed by the home government, then there will always be undocumented migrants in other countries. If there's always war, and we don't say anything to stop that war, there will always be refugees. There will always be displaced people. And they use our taxes to create that war. And we should ask ourselves, what should we do about it? About Savannah's talk, saying about the social number for children. So every year, the municipality of Amsterdam is giving away free transportations to Amsterdamer children. But they always exclude the undocumented children. So what I did, I wrote to the municipality, I brought it to the city council and say, hey, you told us that undocumented migrants are Amsterdamer. So why the children are again excluded on this? So all the member of the sounding board of the city council are composed of undocumented people. And I am the only one who have documents. We wrote together and we never stopped asking them about the free transportation for the undocumented children. So they did magic because suddenly They could give a social security number. But why they cannot do it, like for everyone, for all the undocumented? So I think if they really wanted to, they can. But they are lack of political will to do it. Why? Maybe they don't like us. Simple as that.
It's really sad, sad truths that we're discussing here. I want to also share maybe just a little bit on like the last thing that you mentioned about how can it be? Because so I am also a community organizer that I've been trying to support and working with the refugees and migrant communities since 2014 and 15. And in the almost past 10 years, I've been asking myself every half a year that how could a country like Germany have the situation we have right now? And I am in an approach right now that I do not want to assume ill intention of anyone, but I think the problem existing sometimes is we assume that the system should be working. We assume that it's a brilliant mind working together seamlessly and everything should be working. But very often there are too many bureaucratic hurdles that comes in the way. There are too many historic, let's say, legacies, many different regulations and laws and policies as we've seen, and also how they are actually being implemented on the ground level. There are a lot of inconsistency. And it's not because people always are willingly doing this. They are like lack of interdepartment communication sometimes. There are certain laws that are inherited or never updated for a very long time and took a long process to update. And I think that's precisely why we're here. We're seeing a direction of what could be done when there are certain solutions that take longer to figure out, and we are here trying to find a fast track in some way through the technologies that we currently have, and we need this fast track because the problem is urgent. We cannot wait sometimes, and we need more people to try to join us to build a faster track and echo their voices to really solve the problems on the grassroots that are impacting people every single day. We are Yes, maybe we can do one more question. Last question. Yes, sorry.
It's actually a comment. I was on now? Okay. I reached out on your question for digital wallets that will help the undocumented workers just now. And I specifically asked on the Philippines, because I know a lot of people from your community are undocumented from the Philippines. Uchi can help you out at Chi Money. He said that he can onboard people from the Philippines, and this week, because of this, he's onboarding people without going through the KYC process, which means it's a lot easier, and he's giving them a little bit of money to their wallets as well. So we need to get you those codes, and if you need help onboarding anybody, although I did it very quickly in the other room, but I am also happy to help you with that, and I'm sure that Uchi would be happy to provide you with the step-by-step slides.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for everyone's participation, for important insight, and for the rest of the questions and comments and discussion. I'm sure we can have it outside of the stage. Thank you very much.
Okay, this was a very good session. I really like the community involvement and the solutions being provided from members within the ecosystem as well. I just wanted to let you know that we're going to have a closing plenary in this room. Brianna will be addressing us shortly, so please don't go too far. I think there's refreshment outside, but then you can come back here. Thanks.
Okay, so we're at the end of the summit. What did you think? Thumbs up? So last year's survey, you can take this year's survey if you haven't gotten an email. Use the QR code right there to take the survey and tell us what you think. I'll give you a few minutes if you need to get that, or a few seconds. So in last year's survey, you asked, what's next? So previously, we would go year by year, and we never engaged in a 5-year strategic plan. We would go, okay, next year, what do we want to do? We were a new foundation. We weren't sure what it is we wanted to do or which direction we really needed to go in to make the most impact. So this year, we actually have started to get our sea legs, or last year, and so we engaged in a strategic planning session, and thanks to Hannah Dubin, who helped to herd the cats. She couldn't be here with us today, but she helped us go through where we wanted to be over the next 5 years. So our 5-year vision is to build on the foundations created since the inception of the Interledger Protocol and leverage the insights from early prototyping and adoption to support the next generation of inclusive digital financial service providers. To achieve our mission, we are focusing on the following core areas: strategic influence, be a leading voice in the digital financial inclusion conversation that you saw was evidenced by the inclusion of the parliamentarians this year. Adoption and growth, expand the network through the adoption of the Interledger Protocol. Education, continue working with educational institutions to nurture the next generation of innovators in the open tech ecosystem. And community impact and storytelling, share effectual stories of real-life use cases. Someone said earlier today that they had never heard of us, and so part of raising awareness is for us to share the use cases that matter to people. Clickers now, there we go. Strategic influence. Digital financial inclusion is identified by the UN Sustainable Development Goals as a way to drive economic growth in suppressed communities. At the Interledger Foundation, we are aligned in this belief, and our work supports this initiative. Our focus is on inclusive business models that enhance access to digital financial services, highlighting the economic benefits of broadening participation in the financial ecosystem. By contributing to the conversation between the United Nations and regulatory bodies, we can help shape what the digital financial solutions of tomorrow will look like for the world's underbanked populations. As a complementary addition to our vault of assets starting in 2024, we will release an annual report showcasing the progress of the Interledger ecosystem and evaluate the efficacy of our efforts to move the needle forward in the digital financial inclusion realm. Lastly, we will continue hosting the Interledger Summit as a beautiful celebration of our work together with the larger open source community, bringing together stakeholders from a plethora of backgrounds for collaboration through partnership and meaningful exchanges of ideas. Adoption and growth, expand the network through the adoption. In addition to working with financial institutions to integrate ILP into their existing systems through granting mechanisms, we will continue to focus on building capacity to ramp up the speed of adoption in the years to come. As a part of capacity building, we've realized one of the bottlenecks was having an inconsistent user experience. To address this issue, we have decided to provide an Interledger wallet that is complementary to the other active partners in the arena to give users a more standardized experience when interacting with the wallet. Furthermore, the in-house Interledger wallet will make strides in reducing the barrier of adoption for web monetization by reactivating an updated version of the original grant for the web. We will further expand our web monetization efforts by reopening grant streams, and activating ambassadors in targeted spaces to advance our reach. We will also prioritize partnering with point-of-service manufacturers such as MasterCard. The card that you got today, well, if you signed up for the card, it is going to be active for about 6 months, but we're working on a more permanent solution where we partner with MasterCard to have just an ongoing card. By developing grassroots relationships with payment processors in various locales around the world, we will be able to offer Interledger as a payment method online. To round off our efforts, we aim to integrate Interledger into well-known open source payment projects, which we will leverage and scale to attract the likes of Stripe and WorldPay, making the way for yet another option to pay with Interledger in their respective geographic locations. Education. An imperative prong in our strategic plan is to continue to engage the next generation of technologists and innovators with our Interledger Next Gen grant. Progressing the pilots initiated in partnership with Bowie State and the University of Cape Town, this open payments program will be available to educational institutions with students interested in learning and building with the Interledger protocol. This program will continue to provide exposure to real-world opportunities and illuminate untapped career options in the open payment space. The program fosters a cross-disciplinary environment where students from various fields such as economics, finance, business, and technology can collaborate and innovate together. The Next Gen grant challenges students to conceptualize and build a payment network that is inherently interoperable from inception instead of attempting to fix legacy system faults. We plan to do this by increasing the number of educational institutions to at least 10 active colleges and universities, thereby creating a robust alumni, all in service of advancing digital financial inclusion. And lastly, community impact and storytelling. We recognize while we may have the most innovative technology available as it relates to interoperability and the movement of funds, we also need to highlight the stories of the individuals whose everyday lives will be improved once Interledger is widely available. Therefore, we will impart more emphasis on the human experience element of our work by sharing more of the uplifting narratives of our grantees and our partners in thoughtful and intentional arenas to increase the awareness of our organization and impactful work. Along with an initial positioning paper on digital financial inclusion, we will release, I talked about the annual report already, but on the open source front, we will begin shifting towards a more traditional model seen in other foundations of our likeness to increase our community of contributors, enabling us to build a sustainable membership model that will allow the Interledger Foundation to continue to advance our mission in the years to come. So hot off the presses, we have a video for you of the past few days. So play the video, please.
All right, let's get started. Welcome everyone to the 2024 Interledger Summit in lovely Cape Town, South Africa. Welcome. It sort of feels like a gathering of the tribes, a gathering of the family. You can see the connections that have gone on from year to year.
It's been amazing just getting to know the Interledger community.
It's like a touch point once a year where you see a lot of familiar faces. You know, Interledger is all about connectivity.
This summit is not just a reflection of our collective progress, but also a testament to the growing global movement toward open, interoperable, and inclusive financial systems.
The biggest thing about having the summit in Africa is you get a completely different perspective on payments. You get these different people kind of coming together, everybody brings their experience.
And then there's all these new ideas like that are sprouting out, and I'm like, okay, have you talked to this person and this person? Here's a community that is trying to do good in the world, that's trying to change the world, and they're doing it through open payments.
Probably the most exciting thing about the 2024 summit is we're starting to make progress. You're starting to see things on the ground that work, demos. It's not as theoretical anymore.
The talks I attended, the projects I've seen, they work together, which is such an amazing thing to see.
One of the most amazing projects is probably Chimani's project. They are doing cross-border payments with the ALPI stack.
The panelists that they had this year has been phenomenal. One in particular that stuck to my mind are the parliamentarians.
We worked with an existing consortium of really tech-focused MPs, and now their brains are just exploding with ideas about how this might work.
It's always the parties. I think the evening party at the Zeitz Museum was very lively.
The party is really good. Getting to the local moves to get some dancing going.
My experience has been incredible. It's amazing how people from education, policy, research have come together to talk about financial inclusion.
Thank you all so much for coming and being here with us at our 3rd annual summit. You are what makes this community so vibrant and amazing, and we hope to see you again next year. So almost done. They're telling me time's up. I'm trying to use the clicker for my last slides, which just basically say thank you. So thank you to the parliamentarians for your time and coming to see us. We are a small foundation trying to make a big impact, so we thank you for your assistance. Thank you to the programs team for curating these amazing sessions over the past few days. Thank you to the tech team, and I have to thank GateHub as well for all the work that they put in getting the cards ready in such a short time frame. Thank you to the operations team who made sure all of the vendors were paid for us to have this summit. And last but not least, thank you to the communications team. And a very special thank you to Anna, who worked so hard through all of this. So people have been coming up to me saying, oh, I heard the next summit is going to be in Mexico City. And I don't know who's been spreading this rumor, which I cannot deny or confirm. All I'll say, and as Roberto referenced earlier, get your Mexican hats ready. Thank you all for an amazing summit, and I hope to see you again next year. Thank you.